are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge.
Oh Well, hello there. How y'all doing? This is South Coast K Jordan Page. Holy crap. I just messed up. Hold on. Y'all got to give me just a second. I mean, this is that $1.25 tree production. Haven't even updated my friggin' screen. There we go. I was still stuck on last week. Kind of crazy ass crap is that? Oh my word. Let me get my notebook up here. So yeah. Cubadama says MMGA is allowed on the show. Well, you know that, and that you don't even have to ask, dude. You know you always welcome. Always welcome. My microphone is low. I can fix that. Let me turn that up a little bit there. Turn that up a little bit. All right. Oh. So anyway, I hope everybody had a good Father's Day. Hope everything went well for everybody. Y'all know the deal. Check it out, corner. Y'all check those fine folks out. I've been kind of anxiously awaiting the new From the Bottom of the Map video. Hear what Ike and Israel have to say. Also, trying to think. Mr. Devin and Mr. Frank, I believe they have a new episode of You Talk, Baby, coming out Friday, I believe. Of course, you have the fans' point of view with our good friends Chub Z and Shad. I believe that will be, I think it's Friday or Saturday. It's one of the two. I think it's Friday. I'm not sure. But it depends on what Shad's work schedule is. But anyway, I do want to say, I want to take a second. And the other morning, I had, kind of given Chubsy a little Father's Day gift, and he didn't have to. I'm just glad I could help him out. I was just trying to be nice to him, give him a little Father's Day gift, but he got excited, which I mean, it's cool. It's cool. I ain't upset about it. Also, that Sunday morning on my Father's Day edition of Patio Perspectives, I was saying some stuff, and I mean everything I said. I'm not apologizing for anything I said. I'm just saying I was probably rambling. I was so tired. I worked that night. I had been up part of the half the day before, and I appreciate y'all letting me ramble. But everything I said is what I stand by, and it's true. Also, this past Saturday night, Shad had his latest episode of the Round Table. It was some good participation, some good perspectives. Of course, Cubadamas was there. I believe Studio One Live showed up. And crap, there was somebody else, but I don't remember. But anyway, that's not the point. That's not the point. The point is, I gotta hand it to Shad. I thought that was pretty bold and ambitious to do any type of season prediction. He was trying to be serious, but and I'm not knocking what Shad did. No, I am not doing that. I'm just saying, me personally, ever since we've been doing this Rise of the Fall series, and we've been getting into these seasons, and again, I've said this before, but as I rekindle memories that should have never been rekindled. talking about the schedule and the prediction and all that. And, me, this is just me personally. I'm not falling for that anymore. I mean, because we look at the schedule and we see what we see, and I'm guilty of it. I am guilty of it. I'm not proud of it, but I am willing to admit I am guilty of it. We see the schedule and we see the usual suspects. Your Georgia Techs, Virginias, Pittsburgh, North Carolina, Virginia Tech, Duke, and you have your little out of conference teams. And the first inclination is, we'll beat them. But history has dictated and history has revealed not so. Case in point, Miami has not beaten North Carolina since 2018. And again, we'll get into that also. Excuse me. One other thing, the last few episodes, I don't know if it's been the last 2 or 3, I don't remember, but during the postseason stuff, I bring up the defensive stats and compare them through the year starting in 2004. Well, I got that, but I also have the offensive stats, the offensive numbers from 2004 until this will be 2020. And one thing I did, just to kind of give it a little bit of perspective, if you will, is I think I touched on this Sunday morning, but I took 87, 89, 91, and 2001 and made that the standard. Because, the standard was all the talk, not being funny, but, if we're going to talk standard, let's talk standard. And what I did is I took the averages from those 5 seasons, made that the standard. Phil the Swag Romano. Always nice to have you here, as it is having Cuban here. And if anybody else is in the back row, we're happy to have you too. And what I did is I compared, we'll look at the standard and see how the season shaped up. So I will say this. This for this 2020 season show, normally I just watch the little 5-6 minute ACC digital network highlights. But for this season, I watched the condensed game. Phil says this is going to be a more fun one than last week one. I don't know, because I'm not very happy with 2020 now that I go back and look at it. But anyway, so what I did is instead of watching the little 5-minute highlight, I watched the 20-30 minute condensed game, which shows other pieces of the game other than just scores and stuff. Oh, wow. Wow. 2020 was very, very interesting. Very interesting. So that's really all I have. But seriously though, I do have one last thing I promise, and we're going to get this party started because this is going to probably be our usual, 4-hour great conversation. I had a thought today. Actually, it was probably about 3-4 hours ago. And I was thinking, and maybe some of you more computer savvy, in other words, more you young kids today, that deal with the internet and all this good stuff. I'm not saying I'm incompetent. I'm just saying y'all deal with it more than I do. Maybe you can help me answer this question. Here's what I want to. Here's what I'm thinking. Is I would like to break away from using, the StreamYard, the YouTube, the whatever. And what I'd like to do is have my own website to where I have my live streams on my website, to where, we can just do our thing and not have to worry about anything. And I know I did a little light research, and I know you have to register a domain, and then you got to get your page set up and everything. And if anybody has any helpful advice, I think if it's even worth it, maybe I'm just overthinking. Maybe I should just keep doing what I'm doing. But, I would really like to get southcoastcane.com webpage, and then we can just do everything there. And we don't have to worry about whatever. QB, good to have you, buddy. You see what I'm getting at? And what I mean is, we could just do what we want. But I mean, it's just something I was thinking about. If it's good, it's good. It's not, it's no big deal. So yeah, it was just a thought I had. I may check it out some more. I don't know. But that would be pretty cool, because I was thinking I could just live stream there, have the little chat or whatever. And then, we could do something like let everybody have, I don't want to say membership, but you can just create an account, or you can create a login, and then you'll be part of it, and you can just join right in. And then we could have, like, instead of the check it out corner, you could have like the check it out video page, where you can, like, if you see one of Shad's latest uploads, you can click on it and he doesn't lose anything off the YouTube as far as views and likes and all that. But it was just something I was thinking about, because YouTube's not going to be around forever. It's been around for a while, but it may not be around forever. You never know. But anyway, that's just one of my little sidebar things I was thinking about. So here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and put the invite in the link, or the invite in the chat. The invite link in the chat. And anybody shows up, they show up. And I know they will. I know one person that's going to show up. He's never short of perspectives and comments. So let's go ahead and get this party started, shall we? Let's get this party started. So just a quick recap of 2019. It was Manny Part 1's first show. There he is. I'm sure y'all all know who this is. He was here last week, the MMGA. For those who don't know, I'm hoping it still stands for what it stood for last week, and Make Mario Great Again.
Yep, Make Mario Great Again.
If you can't, in case you can't see the little Marios with the side. Uh-oh.
I'm still here?
Try. Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just saying Mr. Hayru is trying to get in, but his device didn't connect. Oh. That's all.
But hey, before we go, John, I heard the patio porch, right?
Yeah.
You have a lot of explaining to do, sir. You said you had names and bullet points and everything to call out. So, I was waiting for the names that are making you pay to jump on, to comment. Because you know me, Jordan. You give me You give me a target, I will go after them. I do not care.
No. Now, remember, that'll probably be later in the program. The after unfiltered.
Got it.
Okay. It's. I haven't forgot. Trust me, I have not forgot.
Oh, no, that's one of my major bullet points.
Yes, it's going to be.
Go ahead.
It's going to be the after show party portion. You see?
Got it.
It's it's really interesting.
Got it.
But and again, and just for a precursor to that, I'm not mad. I'm not upset. I'm not anything. It's just it fascinates me, and it kind of frustrates because of the situation, not because of me. Okay, it's just the way things happen. Speaking of the way things happen, Mr. Heyru, I'm glad you got your clothes on because if you're not subscribed to Studio One Live's YouTube channel, you need to, because the man was out in the middle of the road half naked doing his Richard Simmons yoga. Okay, with the puppy dog.
Well, hold on. Before we start this show, I have a bone to pick with Mr. Huru the Guru. Okay.
What?
No. Put your face back on, Mr. Huru the Guru. I want to see that face. I want to see your face, Mr. Huru the Guru.
That's why I did. I'm blowing my nose.
That's fine, Mr. Huru the Guru. You put out a video about a week or two ago saying that Kyrie Irving was the greatest player, better than Michael Jordan and all that stuff, right? Mr. Who the Guru, and you were getting on people in the comments, killing people. I need not an explanation. I need an explanation from you, with that cleanup of all that trash talking about that Kyrie Irving was the greatest player, was better than Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James combined, put together, and all that stuff. Mr. Who the Guru, I take notes.
Oh, you overtook the notes. I'm embarrassed. Hey, man. I was hoping Kyrie can go and get him back-to-back champs at Dallas and be considered as one of the GOATs like LeBron.
That's it. You had a 10-hour video and you only have like 2 words to say on this. This is amazing. It's amazing. He had rebuttals. You Who the Guru? Me and South Coast, we watch what you do. You screen record, you go to Google, you counterpoint and everything. Now, you have nothing, Mr. Who the Guru. You have no counterpoints, no videos, no slide sheets, no, pom-poms, no nothing to show about, your prediction, Mr. Who the Guru.
Yeah, I got something to say. Listen, I admit it was a little bit premature to discuss. I should have waited till after the, finals. But he still got a chance. He just got to, most of these greats, they lose their first championship when they make it to their championship, So, if he can pull back 3 in a row, get 3 in Dallas, he might surpass LeBron in the GOAT conversation. Because he'll have the same amount of ring, he just want to beat him in points. But Kyrie said, hey, I had to hit a game winner for you to get one of your rings. But he got a long way to go, I admit, before that is. And it's probably not going to happen because he don't play more than 60 games a year, hardly. And, so I did a deep dive. I did do a follow-up to that video, letting people know how hard it would be for him to do it. I still think it's an opportunity for him. But he got to do a lot better than what he did this past. I think Boston, they was all cylinders. They was just all the cylinders this year. It was one of the years. It was finally Tatum's year. Think about how many times he had to lose before he finally got him one. So, Luka Doncic and what his name, Kyrie, first year together, really getting to a championship. So, next year, y'all better watch out for him. That's all I got to say.
That's all. I just had to, because Who the Guru gets on my case, so I'm getting on his case.
I know he was gonna stick me with that one, boy. He could wait.
Oh no, yeah, it's gonna be, it's gonna be 10 years from now, and I'm like, who the guru? Remember back when 2004 you said this about Kyrie Irving? It's gonna be 10 years. Your grandkids gonna have grandkids, and I'm still gonna bring this up.
Damn, we're gonna be in the spirit world, boy. You better not be with that old false claims in your next life, boy.
Look, all I can say is, Mr. Guru, you a flexible dude, bro. You sitting out there squatting and turning that ankle and that leg, and I'm like, my knees are starting to hurt watching you do your thing. But I'm telling y'all, in all seriousness though, Studio One Live, also known as Heru the Guru, he's got a variety of items for you to watch. Matter of fact, and I'm going to say this, I'm going to say it. He even goes and uses the dictionary. Heru read from the dictionary. I'm not going. That's all I'm going to say. I don't want to take away. I want them to have to go and experience your videos. So, y'all may think that this young, dashing, no-haired young man is just talking about conspiracy theories and how the world's against Miami. No. This man is well-rounded. And I'm not talking about that Charles Barkley head. He got some stuff. Y'all, if y'all want to check some stuff out, check it out. The man's pretty deep. So how you been, man?
Pretty good. Had a hard practice. The head coach left us out in the rain. I was like, what? We ain't got enough room in the weight room. Y'all stay out there. This is pouring now. So I took him under the little pavilion, made him do some push up. Then it started raining and got back out there. And we getting ready for regionals this weekend. And we got 2 championships, club championship and the junior Olympic championship. So in July coming. So good luck.
Cool. Yeah, y'all, they had all that rain down there in South Florida. I hope Cuban got his canoe, but we starting to get a little bit over here where I'm at. Got these little tropical storms forming out here in the Gulf. I'm just north of Baton Rouge.
Okay.
Down here in Louisiana.
Okay.
So yeah, I know about that rain. Trust me, I know about that rain.
Oh, that's why you said you were talking mess when we were playing LSU that opening game that year.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah. That's right. And then it wasn't any better with them losing to Tech in that Indy Bowl, but
oh yeah, that was even bad actually, probably.
All right, so let's jump into this because I'm telling you, man. I was, like I said earlier, I was watching kind of, like I said, the 20, 30-minute condensed game versions of the 2020 season. And I just like, it's like every week I feel worse. I feel worse and worse. I never seem to find that ray of sunshine doing this stuff. And of course, like I said, it's going to be ugly,
So are we going to do the preseason prediction before everything starts, or we're just going to go into it?
Well, I mean, yeah, when we get to the schedule,
got it.
On my preseason slide, we can do that. Ain't no problem. I mean, I figured we would. I'm glad you brought that up because, it seems like every week we come up with something pretty cool to do with the numbers and stuff. And just remind me when we get to the schedule. All right. So if y'all haven't forgotten, 2019, of course, that was Manny Part 1, Manny 1.0. That was his first season. Team went 6-7, 4-4 in the ACC. Of course, who can forget the FIU debacle against Butch and the Indy Bowl, Independence Bowl against Louisiana Tech, lost 14-0, which no disrespect to Louisiana Tech. They had a good little team, but and then Enos
Oh
Mr.
yeah, and
Enos.
I got called out last show by Who the Guru that I clocked out because I was scared to do the upgrade downgrade. No, and I heard the show again, right? And Who the Guru
Yeah.
agreed with a majority of the stuff that I said. So
Yep.
so Who the Guru,
and also speaking of our upgrade downgrade, this could be an interesting.
Oh, you had an interesting question out there on the Twitter Spaces.
Which question was that? There's so many of them.
Is King better than Ward?
Oh yeah. Now that we're into the 2020 season, again, watching these past games, other than King being, I think Derek was only like what, 5'10", 5'11", maybe 6 feet. He wasn't very tall. But what I'm getting at is watching the games, it looked very similar to Cam Ward's highlight films. Now, granted, the offensive line that King had wasn't that great. So he was having to run around. From what I saw, looks like Mr. Cam didn't have much of an offensive line in Washington State. So what I was getting at is I'm wondering if Cam's supposed to be the Eric 2.0. The only thing is King didn't fumble as much as Ward did. But yeah, I mean, it was just eerily similar. And I'm not saying that because of the type or style of quarterback play that they play. I mean, you can go back to Michael Vick, you can go back to Lamar Jackson, etc. That's not what I'm talking about. But it's just, it was very eerily similar. But that's just me. All right, so here we are, the 2020 season. And if y'all remember, that was during all the sickness. Okay. They had the schedule come out. And then it was revised where the ACC, and I'm going to have all this in just a second, where the ACC basically was a 10+1 with Notre Dame actually playing in the ACC officially. So basically what happened was Miami played 10 ACC schools and 1 out-of-conference school. Let's see if I remember this correctly. Miami was scheduled to play Michigan State, Wagner, and crap. I forget who the other team was. I got it written down. I just wanted to see if I would remember. So yeah, it was basically an 11-game schedule. Also, Mr. Rousseau, he sat out this 2020 season. So, without further ado,
if Russo plays that year, I think this team goes undefeated. Russo and Phillips and that line, that would have, with Russo and Phillips on that line, that would have been. You got to think about it. Russo almost broke the sack record, starting half the season in 2019. And if you would have Russo, Phillips, and what was the other guy from Temple?
Quincy Roche.
Quincy, yeah. If you would have had those three, and I forgot who was the other, it doesn't matter who the other guy was.
Ford,
yeah. If you would have had those 4 NFL defensive linemen, it would have, me and you could have played cornerback or safety.
Well, we might as well have, because nobody else played.
Yeah, I know.
You know, we're going to get into it, but I'm telling you,
pissed off at Manny. Yeah.
That defensive back. Oh my gosh, we'll get to that. My two takeaways that from the 2020 season: offensive line and defensive back play. All right, so let's look at our coaching staff, shall we? There he is. Manny 1.0, he is the head coach. And, of course, they got this young and upcoming coach here, Rhett Lashley, the new offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach.
The next coach of the Miami Hurricanes.
I wish he would have.
Actually, that's a lie because SMU is going to be Texas pretty soon.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and like I said, Enos was fired after the Indy Bowl. But yet the offensive line coach and they all stayed around. I digress. All right, there he is, the world's best defensive coordinator, Blake Baker. Still not impressed with him. Now, Mr. Shroud, defensive line coach, I will give that man his props.
Beast.
Yes, I will give that man his props. All right, the safeties coach, Ephraim Banda. He's starting to slack on the job, in my opinion, but I digress. Stephen Field, hell of a job with Brevin and Mallory. Hell of a job. Of course, it's really not hard when you have a Brevin Jordan. Let's be honest with ourselves. Mr. Hickson, the running backs coach. I think he did a fine job because, you know, we're going to get to it, but had a pretty good little stable of running backs, you know. And this dude here, I don't know where they got this. I forget where. I think this Mr. Ed looking bastard, I think he came from UNLV or some crap like that.
Yep, he came from UNLV. Yep.
Yeah, you know, he may be the greatest offensive line coach out there at the time, but it didn't transpose to the field. From what I saw, just my opinion. All right, Mr. Likens with the wide receivers. He had a nice group to work with. And, of course, Pat Key, strikers and special teams. Probably need to work on a little bit of those hang on to the punts when they come in on the receiving the punts. Mr. Rumpf, what happened, man? What's going on, Mr. Rumpf? Them cornerbacks and defensive backs just didn't. Because Mr. Rumpf's been there for a while now. And I'm not gonna put it on his shoulders, but I don't. The strength and conditioning, Mr. Feely. All right. And that was the coaching staff. So these are the players that were the 2019 players that were selected in the 2020 draft. In the fourth round, you had Quarterman at the 140th pick and DJ Dallas, the 144th pick. As you can see, Quarterman went to the Jaguars, DJ to the Seahawks. In the fifth round, KJ Osborne, which I thought he might have done a little better, but still. He was the 176th pick, went to the Vikings. And in the seventh round, Jonathan Garvin went to the Green Bay Packers at the 242nd pick. QB says that Justice was a Lashley guy. Okay. Well. All right, so we are now in the transfer portal season. So what I did is I went to, where did I get this from? On3 or 2-4, I don't know. But I just wanted to bring these up. So you had Isaiah Walker, transfer from Florida. Jared Williams went from Houston to Miami. Michael Irvin II, he transferred out to Florida Atlantic. Scott Patchen, he celebrated his 30th birthday and 10th year playing college football at Colorado State. And Jaron Williams, kind of disappointing, but he, according to this, he went to Garden State, and then he moved on to, crap, I don't remember. Polindi went to Colorado State. Bubba Baxa, thank God he went to Houston. Not sure about Sean Walker. And of course, everybody knows about Mr. De'Aaron King. Came in from Houston. And we have a Tyrek Martin. He transferred to Alcone. Quincy Roche. This young man here from Temple. Temple, that's the other team. It was Michigan State, Temple, and Wagner. Those are the three teams that were taken off the schedule. Quincy Roche come in. That young man played his ass off. And, of course, Lorenzo Lingard, he left, went to Florida, I guess. Knighton and Chaney must have created some issues for him. I don't know. Oh, stop that. And, of course, Jose Borregales, Andy's older brother, came in from FIU to Miami. I don't know why they had him at a 2-star, but
because he was at FIU.
Yeah. But good kicker. All right, so these are our returning starters. Bring that in a little bit. As you can see, basically the whole offensive line comes back. And, of course, you got the defense. And Lou Headley. All right, so let's take a look at the incoming recruits for Miami. The 2020 recruiting class, they were ranked 13. Of course, we are still using the Rivals rankings. For those who don't know or may see this at a later time and don't know, we've been using the Rivals since the first show, so we just been staying with them. So that's what we're going to do. All right, so how did I get a fly in here? Damn. So Avante Williams, Keyshawn Smith, Isaiah Dunston, Jalen Harrell, Jalen Knighton. And if I'm not mistaken, Avante got hurt. He was hurt.
No, he was suspended because he had like a high school issue. So he was suspended. Yeah, he was suspended for the first couple
I knew he
games.
did. Yeah, I knew he was out, but
yeah, it was
okay. So like I said, we got Knighton, DeZalen Worsham, Brian Ballum, Clark. We have Chance Williams, Tyreek Austin Cave, Michael Redding, Quentin Williams, Chris Washington, Elijah Roberts, Corey Flagg Jr., Jalen Rivers, Xavier Restrepo. Looks like some of the players Mario had to deal with. And this young man here, Tyler Van Dyke. He might have the possibility of being the greatest Miami quarterback to ever step on the field. That's what I was told. Keyshawn Washington, Don Chaney, and Dominic Mammarelli.
So I have a question.
Okay.
Do you think this is a good recruiting class or a bad recruiting class? Forget what happened, right? If you can go back to it, right? Or, you count how many people started here. Chaney, Flagg, Jalen, Restrepo, Rivers, Van Dyke, Chaz Williams started a couple games. That's 7 players that started, right? Or had some type of impact in the program.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty solid class.
So you're not going to call people out. I'm going to call people out, right? Kane Sport, right? Kane Sport was just killing these classes. I'm like, yo, well, yeah, you gotta relax here, Kane Sport. I know you're in it for Mario, right? But Mario's classes have been horrible. I don't care what anybody tells you. That's why I don't look at recruiting ratings, because I care about what you do at the program, right?
Right.
There's a lot of players in here in this class, right? That people say that Manu's a bad recruiter, that have had impact or could have had impact if they just would have stayed the course.
Right. And also, I didn't see a lot of Manny's recruits transferring out after a year or two. But I mean, yeah, it was.
Pull that zoom back in on that. I'm noticing isn't Jalen Harrell Washington still with us?
I think Harold transferred.
He may have.
Washington left. Let me see. Cave transfer. Balaam is still here. Clark transferred. Flag transferred. Harold transferred. Borelli retired. Redding still here.
Dylan just transferred. Was he one of them last groupings that transferred?
I don't know.
I thought Jalen Harrell was still on there. Yeah, but I was gonna say a couple of them players starting for us now.
Now, if y'all would like, I mean, I keep all this, and when we get into the 2022, 2023, I mean, I'll be happy. We could pull this up and compare notes. That's
okay. I'm getting them mixed up with Jaden Harris.
But yeah, like QB says, it's a decent class. I mean, it's a lot of 4 stars and so, but I mean, it's not like, it's not an Alabama or Clemson, but I mean, it's a solid class. It's something to work with.
ACC championship.
Yes, exactly.
Exactly. In the ACC championship. That my whole thing is baby steps. Let's win the ACC first, then let's go after the national. After the nation.
And I mean, and let's be honest with ourselves. You could even go back to last year's recruiting class. It was some good, solid players that you can build a foundation with and improve. Just like with this one.
Let's be honest, we ain't want Don Chaney to really transfer.
Well, no, I mean, because when Avante, if I'm not mistaken, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but Avante was like he was like the big fish to get, or what they call it, the whale or some crap.
Yeah,
like
no, it's funny because everybody says that, Manny was a bad recruit in the state of Florida. Well, in this class, Manny got the number 1 safety. No, first, he got the number 1 player in the state of Florida. Right, the number 1 safety in the player in the state of Florida, and he got the number 1 and number 2 running backs in the state of Florida. Right. So I don't want to. I'm not trying to. To be honest, it's funny. It's like I got tired of all this recruiting. Like everybody's like, "Oh, we got this great recruit now." I don't give a damn about these recruiting classes. I want to see what you do when you get on the field.
Right, and with.
Agreed.
They were just talking earlier on the X about this 3-star offensive lineman that committed to the 25-26 class or something. I think he's like 6'6", 300 pounds. Anyway.
Oh, and I'm killing them. No, they're debating me right now. I'm like, hey, you do know. I'm like, you guys want. It's like they take credit for Cooper in his first year, but they don't want to take credit for the rest of the class his first year, right? I'm like, guys, like let's stop it. We're in year 3, and there's only 2 more recruits starting in the offensive line. He's been here 3 years. There's only going to be, and it's going to be Marigola and Cooper, right? And I'm not even going to put Cooper because you don't want to put the rest of the class. So I'm giving you 1.5 players that he recruited that are starting the offensive line. And it's like, stop with this, you know, like let's be fair, call it what it is, right? We're recruiting. There's a McCoy hasn't played. What's the other guy? Tinilau, Kinsler, right? Mm-hmm. These are all 3-stars. Like, we didn't bring Mario to be Manning 2.0, right? Not to bring 3-star offensive line. We hired him, I thought, to bring in, to make the room better, get 4 stars or higher. And I don't like this whole star thing, but I'm just holding the same argument that these MMGA boys, you know, do.
Right. Now,
the studio was crying, oh, we got small offensive linemen and all that stuff. So I'm getting on studio's head from now till the end of time.
And the thing is, this is no disrespect to the young man whatsoever. But again, you know, even though he was ranked a 3-star, which okay, but to all the knuckleheads out there, let's not act like this is the second coming of Mount McKinney. Okay. Maybe this young man fits right now because it's way early. Okay. You know, maybe he may work out. We'll find out. But you still got to make sure he signs his name on the line on signing day. And then you got to make sure he doesn't leave. You know what I'm saying? Because that seems to be the norm so far. And I'll be real curious to see what happens, because I know they say 2022 class did not count for Mario. Okay, because that was Manny players. So 2023, according to the knuckleheads' opinion and evaluation, 2023 should count for Mario. All right, so I'm just curious to see what happens when the next signing day comes about later on this year, to see what happens during the off season after 2024. Are we going to have another mass exodus or what? I'm just curious. That's all. I hope not. I really hope that, you know, these recruits that came in last year stayed, and the ones that are coming in, I hope they're ready to play, because the cupboard is going to be bare as far as experience goes.
I mean, we beat UCF, Rutgers, and NC State for this guy. I thought we were done with that.
Oh, and Ole Miss, I believe.
Yeah, but I thought we were done recruiting against these mid teams.
Right. And that's the thing, you know, it's one thing. I mean, USF, okay, Rutgers, okay, fine, whatever. But when you start out doing some of these Midwestern schools, your Iowas, Ohio State, your Michigans, Alabamas, Georgias, you know, these offensive line factories, the ones that put them in the NFL.
But according to Gary Furman, I'm calling people now. I'm done. I'm done hiding.
Not Gary.
Yeah, according to Gary Furman, Manny only recruited against Rutgers, UCF, and NC State. Now we're getting guys offensive linemen that, you know, that Rutgers, UCF, and it's like, this is what I don't like, the consistency of keeping the proper pressure on Manning.
Yeah.
It's like, no, let's not do that tomorrow. No. Keep the same pressure. Manny deserves that pressure. Rick deserved that pressure. Mario deserved the pressure. Keep that same pressure. Why is it changing?
And not only that, Cuban, but you can go back to Golden, Shannon. Yeah. You know, you can go back to that. Every year is the same thing. Every year. All right, let me rephrase that. Every time we get a new coach in, it's always the same. Oh, he's having to deal with so-and-so's players. Just wait till he gets his class in. You know? And I'm going to be honest with you now. And we can have this debate at another time, or this conversation. I think Al Golden brought in some hellified talent to Miami. Considering. I'm just saying. All right, let's move on. I mean, I'm not saying he's outdoing Mario. Please don't MMGA. No, Mario rules. But you know, it's funny how when you start getting into the nuts and bolts of all this stuff that's gone down in the last 20 years, you start to you start to negate a lot of wives' tales that we've been told. So the reason why I have this is category 20 signing class. He had 12 from the state of Florida, 8 ESPN 300, 7 247s, 8 rivals. Cheney was in the Army All-American game. They had 5 young men participate in the Under Armour game, and 4 gentlemen worked in the participants in the opening, which Shad is well acquainted with that. I'm not. But all right, so this, like I said, we talked about Borregales, King, and Roche coming in. All right, so here's our depth chart. It's for game 1 against UAB, but it basically stayed the same throughout. I checked all of them. I do have an interesting tidbit, but I'm going to save that until we get to the upgrade, downgrade portion of the show. It's going to be fascinating.
Give me this quarterback room all day, every day.
Oh, most definitely.
I know. I know.
No. You're right. I mean, like I said earlier, to me, this is just my opinion from what I saw in the game footage. The offensive line and the defensive backs. That was the issue. The defensive backs, I guess they were afraid they were going to break something if they tackled somebody. But anyway. So, yeah. Onakosi hanging in there. Derek's here. The running back room, not bad. Not bad. Considering Cameron Harris, I still think he was underutilized and he was very underappreciated. And then you still got Burns sitting there. The wide receiving room was pretty decent too.
This year.
For 2020.
For 2020, yeah.
Yes. You know, Wiggins, Pope, Harley. You got this little Xavier guy. You know, you take just those 3, Wiggins, Pope, and Harley. All right. And then you throw in Brevin Jordan and Mallory, because you could actually use Brevin as a receiver, wide receiver. I know that sounded stupid, but you can have both of those tight ends on the field and not in a, a big package,
And Larry Hodges looked promising. I know I don't know what happened, but he looked promising.
Yeah.
Because he was blocking and he would catch the ball. I just don't know what happened to him.
Me neither. I have high hopes on Larry Hodges too.
And then even with Will Mallory, I mean, honestly, I think after this season, he really started to digress.
I was never a Will Mallory fan. After all those drop passes he had, I was never a Mallory fan. I'm like, you run. I mean, he's from the Guru's city, so he might know more, but I'm like, man, he was a fast dude. Like he was
fast. Really from the outside town. He ain't really from Jacksonville. They're giving him that metro area. Providence.
Well, he's from Jacksonville.
I don't know. I guess I don't know where he actually lived.
But he was this track star and everything. He was fast. But I'm like, yeah, he was a track star.
Was it shot put, javelin?
No, track speed.
Running
in the 100 or 200. Yeah, he was. He had a good high school numbers. He was like a track star. Yeah.
Maybe he just looked slow on the field. I don't know.
No, he looked Aki. I don't know.
Maybe it was just his size and the way he looks. Because some people look like they're running slow, but they actually running pretty fast.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough bite in him. Like, stop being so nice and just want to do somebody one time.
If you think about it, if Mallory caught the ball in the open field, you were not catching him. Every time he caught it on the open field, he was like getting away from you. But he did
Yeah.
look. He was running in slow motion, but he was running pretty fast.
Yeah. All right, and then you have the offensive line, which, from what I saw,
Yikes.
I was not impressed. I was not impressed. But the defense, you got this young man, Mr. Jalen Phillips, which I forgot to add to the list, but he came over from UCLA. Y'all know the story of Jalen. He come in, did an excellent job. Of course, you still got, Harvey, Jonathan Ford, Harrison Hunt, Nasty Nesta, which I think he left in 2021, right? 2021, he left for Arizona State. I don't want to get ahead, but he probably just had enough of all the BS on the defense. I don't know. I'm just speculating out, outside my head. And of course, you got Roche. Now, again, back to your point earlier, Cuban. Yeah. Could you imagine having Phillips, Russo, and Roche on that line somewhere, if not somebody in the outside linebacker or something?
Nesta would have benefit off that as well, because he would have had that much pressure.
Oh, most definitely. Yeah, I'm just saying
this line would have been real sick if. Yeah, that would have been real nasty. But I don't know what he would. I mean, it's a crazy part. They might have made Jalen Phillips come off the bench because they gave money to Quincy to come, so he was going to start, and Jalen Phillips might have been coming off the bench.
But that would have been. Oh wow,
that would have been scary.
It would have. All right, so you got
this shit show. The linebackers.
Yeah. So
this is the problem. Like, Manny just could not get it right. Like, one position he'll get it correct. Then this is all right. Sorry, I'm sorry to
no.
This is our problem with what we're doing right now and what we did with Manny. Manny specialized in linebackers. Our linebackers sucked. Right? Our defense kind of sucked. I don't care what anybody tells me. Our offensive line sucks.
Yes.
Right? Because if you remove the portal players and the blocking tight end, this line looks horrible. Right? I'm tired of having these coaches that specialize in one thing and don't promise. How could we have? Look at this linebacker group. This is horrible. Horrible.
Yeah.
Like, none of them amounted to anything.
Now, and imagine if McLeod didn't redshirt and wasn't on this team and would have left with Quarterman and all them in 2019. I'm not saying McLeod was an All-American candidate, but I mean, if you take away McLeod, you don't really have too much. I mean, you didn't have much to begin with, but I'm just saying.
Ryan Ragone was playing. Like, what's going on here? Again, Gilbert Frierson should have been a linebacker. He came in looking too big. Sam Brooks, they messed up his career by putting him at linebacker. He was probably a defensive end. He had no business recruiting Wayman Steed. Avery Huff, I thought Avery Huff was going to be the next it guy. He looked like it, but I don't know. But this is just very disappointing.
And the crazy thing is, in my opinion, it kind of stays that way. Thank God Kiko came. Now, but but might as well get this over with. Let me back this up just a little bit.
Marcus Clark. Oh, all right. So Marcus Clark. What game was it that he dropped that wide open interception? Was it NC State? No. If he would have picked the ball off, we would have won the game. What game was that? I forgot.
God dang it.
You know what game I'm talking about, right? That he had the ball. He had it in his hands, and then it fell off. And then the guy, I think it was a Virginia game. I'm not sure.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
Yep. Amazing how that works out. No, I'm not going to say it. I'll wait till upgrade, downgrade. Virginia 2021 QB. There we go. 2020, that was next season, yeah. Because that was the game that they went down the field just to get the field goal to tie it or to instead of go for the touchdown. Okay. Yeah. I still remember that game. I'm still cursing about that game. Anyway,
I'm not a Hurricane fan. I'm just a hater, I guess.
Yeah, you're a hater. You're an anti-Kane fan.
I'm an anti.
That's right. And you know what the sad thing is? And again, when I talk about me personally, my opinion on the defensive backfield and the offensive line, everything, I'm not knocking these young men, but you had some good talent, some potential talent in this defensive backfield, but why weren't they looked the same during the Cheez-It Bowl that they looked in the UAB game. You know, they weren't wrapping up. They just seemed to be out there just lollygagging, you know, missing tackles. You know, you had some players that, you know, the opposing team receiver or running back or quarter, you know, they weren't doing these little fancy Madden moves and stuff. They would just make just a little juke and miss them. But yeah, it was just the simple things, the discipline and the fundamentals. They just, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know why they weren't coached better and set up for more success than they were, because Mike Rumph and Banda, they've done good before. You know? I don't know. All right. Here we go. Here's the schedule. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I guess I did. All right. Y'all see that pretty good? So here's the schedule. Now, if you notice, you got this gap from the 6th of November to the 14th of November and then you got that gap from the 14th to the 5th. Miami was scheduled to play Georgia Tech and Wake Forest, but you know, with the big C, the COVID, they were postponed. So this is the schedule they played. This is the schedule. I mean, you could throw Georgia Tech and Wake Forest in there, but this is the schedule that Miami would have had. All right. And of course, the rankings, number 1, Clemson, number 18, North Carolina, those are preseason AP rankings. Now, here's where it's not that I have a problem, but I don't understand how we've basically seen the same schedule every year for the last 10 episodes. Now, yeah, you got Clemson in there, of course, but that's just because of the 10+1. But it's still the same usual suspects.
I have a question for Who the Guru. Is, you know, what schedule is tougher, this schedule or our current schedule? I don't know if you can hear me.
Hold on, I'm mute. My bad. UAB, Louisville, North Carolina State. This schedule tough. This schedule tougher than this year. This schedule way tougher. UAB pretty strong. They'll probably beat FAM. They'll beat FAM. I know that for real. They'll probably beat what it is, Ball State. Maybe the Ball State probably could get them, depending on how good Ball State team. Louisville, you know, Florida State, Clemson. We ain't gotta play Clemson this year. NC State, they were preseason ranked like number 14 or something, 12 or something. I seen that's high. Virginia Tech, North Carolina been stumping us for I don't know how long.
So you just wait.
Like I said, I'm still believing this year's schedule is the easiest schedule I've seen in 30 years, bro.
It's the same schedule every year.
Regardless of how we've been dropping games, we shouldn't drop.
Right. And see, that's the thing, Heru. That's the thing. And I'm not knocking what you're saying, but it's like us Canes fans, we say that every single year.
Yeah,
every year.
Listen, I'm not even considering this schedule what they did in 2020. I'm just saying if we had to play them this year, these same teams, what they'll do this year, man, that'll be a gauntlet. Straight off the bat, Louisville, Florida State, no rest, Clemson, right in your face. Boy, we could be 1-3. And that Cal hype is crashed off the top.
I kind of expected some Yeah, Phil, that was why they made it a 10+1. I was kind of expecting this conversation. So I went out this afternoon. I went back and looked for some old 2020 season prediction shows. Because that 2019, 2020 is when they started, you started having a lot of the YouTubes, blowing up. And
this should be good.
The majority, I can't make this up. The majority of the YouTubers' predictions, 10-1. Maybe one loss because of Clemson. Okay. But 1 to 2 losses was about the norm from all the stuff I saw. At least one loss, and that was Clemson, and they had Miami. They figured Miami was going to win every one of them. So,
well, they were kind of right, except
Well, I mean, and the reason why I bring that up is, to like with what Heru said, and again, I'm not knocking you, Heru. You did nothing wrong. I'm not disagreeing, but we as Canes fans, we have been saying that same exact thing for 20 years. Is we look at the schedule just like we're doing that. We look at like the 2020 schedule, we looking at the 2024 schedule, and we all basically saying the same thing. It's the same thing we said in 2019, 2018, 17, yada, yada, all the way back to 2004 when we were joining the ACC. Oh man, we're going to win that ACC. It's weak, and that is what's so fascinating. How I go back to this intelligent young man that said it best: wash, rinse, repeat. That seems to be what's going on, and it's really funny. And I'm not being sarcastic. I'm being honest. It's just funny and amazing how every year is the same thing.
It's one of those things. It's like we just have to learn, adjust, and adapt, right? And
right.
We as a fan base, it's like every year 10-0, 12-2, the 11-1, and we get a disappointment, and I'm sorry, we just have sorry ass coaches. Right?
Yeah. Now don't get me wrong, every year for as long as I can remember, I'm always expecting Miami to go undefeated.
Same here, because Jordan, we grew up in the era where if Miami lost. If Miami won 9 games, we wanted the coach fired.
Yeah.
Butch went 8-4 one year, and we wanted his ass out of here.
Planes were flying.
Yes. Right? And we were begging, we will do a parade if we win 8 games now, right?
Yeah. Right.
And we're not used to this standard, I mean, if you think about it, there's a reason why Larry Coker got fired. Larry Coker won 8-9 games, and last year won 7 and 6, right? Today's standards, that's okay, but
right.
I just, with the Canes fans that we have now, I know that they just started watching 2017 and the 20 for 20s, right? But it's like, I'm sorry, man. I grew up, I'm a 90s Hurricanes fan. I'm not used to losing no more than maximum 2 games a year. Like, that's it. But now
that was against a number 1 or number 2 team.
Exactly. That wasn't against North Carolina and Georgia Tech.
Okay. Real quick, let's deviate off the path. So Cuban, you remember the good old Big East days,
right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Guru. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to leave you out the conversation, but let's think back to those Big East schedules. And let's compare them to the ACC schedules, not just 2020 or today, but let's just look at the body of work. Kind of what and what. You had back in the Big East days.
Be interested to see that. Can you pull one of them up? Is it one of them handy?
I don't care what anybody tells me.
I don't mind seeing one of them schedules.
I tell people this.
One of the Big East ones.
Yeah, I tell people this all the time. At the particular time, the Big East was better than the ACC.
Is this the easiest of them all? The Big East should have been a pretty easy schedule. Now that
the Big East was a better at the time. The Big East was a better conference than the ACC.
Well, yeah, because ACC didn't have.
You on mute? You're on mute.
Yeah, who did the ACC have? Composed to be. I didn't even. You know what? It's interesting. Not at all, because it wasn't as topic. The topic wasn't that big. Conference merging and conference changing. That was just something like, oh, okay. And it kind of went over my head back then. It was like, all right, we're going to ACC. What we do? It wasn't as, I don't know. It's more, I don't know.
No, Miami had no business going to the Big East or the ACC. We should have just went independent and taken that Fox contract, and then we would have been like Notre Dame. I'm honest, we would have been like Notre Dame.
Even sorry, we still locked in a good ass contract. You're right. We should have.
Yeah, we would have been Notre Dame of the South, right? We'd had a Fox contract, and we would have had a lot of money.
We kept a rivalry open too. We probably would have played Notre Dame every year.
Yes.
All right, so look
at that shit.
This is 94.
This is what we're used to, man.
Let me get this straight here.
Virginia Tech, Syracuse. Forgot about Syracuse. Syracuse became a dominant program.
No, looking at them now as they is.
Boston College as well.
Look, this is 94. But, Florida State was already ACC. That was about all the ACC had.
Nebraska was the big house then.
But remember West Virginia?
West Virginia as well, yeah.
Virginia Tech, Syracuse.
Why do you have to bring this year up, George, in that last freaking game? Who was the quarterback?
94 was Costa, wasn't it?
Costa, yeah. Costa and Warren Sapp had like a ridiculous game at Costa. Playing like complete Costa.
No, that's when we let Schlesinger run it down our throat.
No, that was Frank Costa throwing all this Did we have the chance to go to win the national championship this year? I think this was the year that we had a chance.
Yeah. They were in the Orange Bowl. Yeah, see, they were in the Orange Bowl.
Nebraska.
Yeah, because that's when they come out. I remember watching that Florida State game. They were like 13. They come out and just because that was
1, 2, 3, 4.
Who was that linebacker from Florida State? Brooks went to Tampa Bay.
Yeah, Brooks.
Yeah. He was all upset. I was enjoying it because, and then they went on that. Like I said, they went on that run, and then they had and they were beating Nebraska.
They were beating Nebraska. And Frank Costa.
Yes. And then he showed up because I'm like, Lord, just please help Frank through the second half. Just help him get through the second half.
And this was that hot-ass Orange Bowl as well, where when Nebraska was melting. Like, Frank Cox, what the F you doing?
Yes. But again, not to go way back.
Yeah, you're getting us heated now.
Yeah. But I mean, look at this Big East schedule. West Virginia, Virginia Tech, Syracuse,
Pitt,
Lawrence Phillips, exactly, QB, exactly. Pitt. Temple.
Nah, Temple was garbage.
Boston College.
94.
I mean,
2000.
We played 6. Imagine we had this schedule this
year. You mean to tell me this is the weakest schedule we got this year since 40 years?
I wouldn't say that. I'm just saying.
I mean, what this is, 94 to 2004, 2004. Well, 30 years. It's 30 years. Yep. I was right. Just 30 years.
Well, I'm not going to say. This
schedule harder than this year.
Imagine we had this schedule, which is going to be next year.
You know, but the reason why I brought this up. Oh yeah, 94. That's when they lost the record for the win streak. But anyway, but the point to my story is, you know, it's like we say the same thing every year. And even when in 94, you see this schedule and you're like, Syracuse, really? You know, because you got to realize this was just 3 years removed from that 91 team, 2 years removed from that 92 team. Okay. And you were just, 10 years from the 83 team in the 80s. Okay. And you sit there and see you got to play Syracuse, you know? And it's the same thing that people say today. You just look at the names and don't think about, the consequences or I guess what I'm getting at is every year we say the same thing.
Was that with a coach that was drunk and high on the sidelines every time?
You talking about Erickson?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was him. Red cheeks and all. Oh.
I know it's a 20-year run. We either won the Natty, lost the Natty, or lost one game that would have put us in the Natty.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly.
So
like back in the 80s, really Miami should have had you had you
88,
had 83.
Notre Dame got us.
83 and then 84 was just a shit show with the coaches. But 85, Tennessee, half their team was hopped up on cocaine. 86 should have ran the ball, stopped throwing it because, hey, guess what? Penn State only rushed 3 guys and dropped like 8 people in zone, That
was when we lost 14-10?
Yeah.
You know what? That's the year I really, really, really became a Hurricane fan. I can remember them getting off the little thing and we lost. I said, I'm going with Miami. I just moved to Florida from New York. I'm going with Miami. I was a Dolphin fan already from them playing the 49ers Super Bowl game and losing.
Right.
And
no, we could have had about 10 national championships.
I was hurt we lost that game.
Yeah, because then you got 80, of course, 87, and then 88. Cleveland did not fumble. Of course, you got 89, and then 1990 we got screwed.
99, 2002.
Yeah, exactly. So
94.
And
93 pissed me off though.
93.
That's the year we came back on Florida. But it was 2 games. We lost 3 games that year. But it was 2 games we weren't supposed to lose, man.
But again, if you think about it, you could even go back to the 80s schedules. And
that's 2000.
It's basically the same darn thing. So looking at this schedule, it's like this could have been 2019 schedule. It could have been the 2010 schedule. But anyway, so yeah, the more things change, the more they stay the same. All right, so here's some of the new stuff for the ACC. Here's what I was talking about: the 11 games, 10 plus 1, 10 conference, 1 non-conference. The 11 games will be played over 13 weeks, at least 13 weeks. Everybody got 2 open dates. It was only 1 division, no Atlantic, no Coastal, kind of like what we're doing now. And then Notre Dame was forced to play in the ACC. And of course, they were eligible to compete in the championship game if so. Again, yada, yada, yada. I just went over all that. I don't know why that's there. All right. So I guess that's it for I don't know why I got the transfer right there. Apologize for that. All right. So that is the preseason. And that's going to take us, let's not forget we would have made AC championship game that year. Yeah. Then we'd have done a lot better if people learned how to tackle. But I digress. All right. Let's get into this, shall we? Oh, I need to, hang on. Oh. I need to come over here. There we go. So, first game of the season. On September 10th, it was a Thursday night game. UAB and Miami. And Miami pulls it out 31-14. I'll make that a little bigger. It would be being the first game of the season. It was pretty nip and tuck. It was only 14-7 halftime Miami, but Miami come out, took care of business. As you can see, Miami had the 25 first downs. Hang on, let me get my highlighter. If it'll let me do it. No, it won't let me do it. Son of a bitch. All right. So Miami had 25 first downs to UAB's 14. Rushing. Miami had 337 yards rushing to UAB's 80. But only 155 yards passing to UAB's 205. Now, Miami was 17 of 26 on passing. No interceptions. No interceptions. Yeah, I just want to make sure I read that right. Miami did fumble the ball and lose it. UAB fumbled it twice and did not lose it. Now, let's see. There were UAB did commit 11 penalties. Miami only 3, so that's not bad. Not bad at all. All right, our third down conversions. UAB was 3 of 15. Miami was 7 of 17. Not bad. And Miami was 2 of 2 on fourth down. And Miami was 4 of 4 in the red zone with 3 touchdowns and a field goal. Miami had 1 sack. UAB had 2. All right, so let's see who all did what here, shall we? So Cameron Harris, make that a little bigger there. It's looking kind of small on the screen. So Harris, he had 134 yards on 17 carries with 2 touchdowns and a long of 66 yards. Mr. De'Aaron King had 83 yards rushing on 12 attempts. Knighton had 59. Chaney had 52. Burns had 12. Like I said, Mr. King was 15 of 23 for 141. He had a touchdown. He was sacked twice, but no interceptions. Excuse me. Looks like Mr. Harris was the leading receiver with 4 receptions, but only 10 yards. Brevin, he had 51 yards and a touchdown to lead the yards. Harley, 27, Wiggins, 25. And you can see Pope, Peyton, Burns, and few. I mean, you're looking at, again, 2, 4, 6, 8 different people caught a pass. 8. All right, and it looks like the leading rusher for UAB was Spencer Brown, 74 and a touchdown. Bryson Lucero come in. He was 4 of 11 for 55. And then T. Johnston III come in at 15 for 24 and a touchdown for 150. Looks like their target was Myron Mitchell. He had 8 receptions for 117, but Mr. Watkins Jr. did have their reception touchdown. Looking at the defense for UAB, like I said, they had 2 sacks. They had 8 tackles for loss. Jarion Street had the fumble recovery. Now, for Miami, looks like Mr. Jennings was the leading tackler with 6. Mr. Severia come in at with 5 along with Carter. Mr. Roche, he did have a sack. Miami did have 6 tackles for loss. And that's UAB. Next game, Louisville Cardinals. So Miami jumps up to number 17 in the poll. 17. They are 1-0, and Louisville is number 18 at 1-0. Also, this is taking place in Louisville, Kentucky. I believe it was an ESPN game, if I'm not, or ABC. No, it's ESPN, I think. Doesn't matter. And Miami wins it 47-34. 47-34. As you can see, come at halftime, Louisville was up 20-6. 20-6. And then it just went back and forth. Knighton had that 75-yard touchdown pass. No. Let me back up. This is the game that Cam Harris busted out that 75-yard touchdown run in the third. And then the next possession, De'Eric hit that little shoulder dive, a little fake. And then friggin' Knighton was wide open. When I saw that play, I remember when De'Eric let that ball go, I'm like, please catch it. Please catch it. Don't fumble. Don't fumble. Don't miss it. Because, those linebackers for Louisville bit on that like there was no tomorrow, man. It was like, I don't think anybody was within 20 yards of him when he caught it. But, yeah. So Miami proceeded to just keep on. And, of course, Brevin had his 47-yard touchdown pass. Louisville tried to make a game of it, but, yes, Miami held on. That was a really good game, though. Because looking at the numbers on first downs, Louisville had 29 first downs to Miami's 19. Louisville had 209 yards rushing to Miami's 160. And if you get rid of that Cameron Harris 75, they were like at what? 85, 90 yards rushing? Yeah. So, but Miami had 325 yards passing. Mr. King, 18 of 30, no interceptions. Louisville was 307 yards passing. Total offensive yards. Louisville had 516, but Miami had 485. No fumbles, no turnovers committed by Miami. But Louisville did have 2 fumbles they lost. which reminds me, for the 2020 season, the turnover chain was the state of Florida with the U on it, right? Yeah, they did, but it was the state of Florida. It was pretty cool. Had the little thing for Miami and everything. Boom, boom, boom. What am I looking for? There you are. There you are. There you are. Come on. Third down conversion. Miami was 6 of 13 to Louisville's 4 of 14. Louisville was 3 of 4 on fourth down. Both teams were perfect in the red zone. The only thing is Louisville was there twice as many times as Miami, but it didn't matter. Miami had 3 sacks on Louisville. Louisville only had 1 sack. All right. Looking at the people. Cameron Harris, another good game. Of course, he had that 75-yard run for the touchdown, but he still ended up with 134 yards rushing on 9 carries. Cheney had 10 yards on 7 carries. King and Knighton, they both had 9. Knighton did have a touchdown run. And like I said earlier, King was 18 of 30 for 325. He had 3 touchdowns. He had that 175-yard pass to Jalen, to Knighton, and he was sacked 1 time. As far as receivers go, Brevin Jordan, he had 7 receptions for 120, a touchdown, and of course that 47-yard touchdown pass. Pope was 64. Harley, Wiggins, Knighton, he had that 1 catch for 75 and the touchdown. And Mallory had that 1 catch for 17 yards for a touchdown. And, of course, Cameron had a little catch there also. So, Mr. Hawkins for Louisville, he had 27 rushes for 164 yards and a touchdown. Mr. Cunningham was 26 of 36 passing with 1 interception, 307 yards, 3 touchdowns, and he was sacked 3 times. Looks like Mr. Atwell and Mr. Fitzpatrick were the go-to receivers, with Atwell of 114 yards and 2 touchdowns. Fitzpatrick, 74 yards. All right, looking at our defensive stats here. Looks like the leading tackler was Mr. Bubba Bolden with 11. McLeod, Harrison Hunt, and Mr. Jennings, they each had a sack apiece. The defense had 10 tackles for loss. Excuse me. It looks like Mr. McLeod and Mr. Carter, Mr. Amari Carter, they got to wear the turnover chain, along with Mr. Blades on an interception. For Louisville, Mr. Avery was their leading tackler with 10. Goldwire had the sack, and then the team had 6 tackles for losses. All right. Everybody's favorite game of the year. Your now number 12. Yeah, Cunningham was good, QB. Cunningham was good at Louisville. He really was. Your number 12, 2-0. 1-0 in ACC play. Miami Hurricanes take on the 0-1 Florida State Seminoles. Of course, this is a Saturday night. It's on the TV. And Miami come out and just obliterated that team. You know, sitting there watching it, I just couldn't believe what was happening. You know, it's, you know, you get to halftime and it's 38-3 Miami. And I'm thinking, holy crap. You know, the only thing Florida State had was a field goal, you know, near the end of the first quarter. But other than that, I don't ever remember such a lopsided Miami-Florida State game.
2022.
They beat a 49 net one time too.
Yeah.
We're at 2020.
Oh, but yeah, there was one time that Bobby beat the brakes out of us, and he was like,
right. But I mean, you know,
as far as our side, no, we ain't never beat him that bad.
Yeah,
like I said, I was just flabbergasted with what was happening. You know, it's not. In other words, this isn't something that happens all the time.
Yeah, when this happened, I was like, "There's no way in hell I don't see Florida State beating us in the next 3 to 4 years."
Exactly,
and I was dead wrong.
Ooh, yeah, exactly. All right, so looking at our numbers here now, that's back to normal. So Miami had the 33 first downs to Florida State's 23. Miami 200 yards rushing against Florida State. Florida State had 151 yards rushing. Passing. Florida State 22 of 37, 3 interceptions for 179. Look at this, 33 of 48 for Miami, 317 yards, no interceptions. Total offense, 517 for Miami to 330 for Florida State. Yeah. QB says Norvell didn't coach due to the COVID, which, you know, I could understand, but still. Now, Florida State did have 12 penalties. Miami had 8. And Miami only punted the ball one time. Fumbles. There were no fumbles. Third down conversion. Look at this. Miami is 11 of 16 on third down. Florida State was 6 of 14. And Miami was 3 of 4 on fourth down. And Miami was perfect in the red zone. They had 5 touchdowns and 1 field goal. Now, Miami did have 6 sacks on the quarterback. Florida State had none. All right, so looking at the rushing yards, De'Eric lit them up with 65 yards on 8 carries. Cameron Harris had 43 yards on 12 carries with 2 touchdowns. Chaney, 35 yards on 7 carries. He had 2 rushing touchdowns. Knighton and Burns had 28, and Nkosi came in with 1 to make it 200. Again, passing, De'Eric, 29 of 40, 267, 2 touchdowns. His longest pass was 40 yards. He was not sacked, which with that offensive line at Miami, that's impressive. And he had Nkosi had a touchdown pass. He was 4 of 7. De'Eric had 2. It's like everybody and their brother got in the show when it came to receiving yards. Harley had 7 receptions. Pope had the 60 yards. And everybody with the exception of Larry Hodges, they were all in double digits. Brevin, D. Wiggins, and Redding all had touchdown catches. For Florida State, Toa Philly had 64 yards rushing. Jordan Travis, that's right, the Jordan Travis. He had 52 yards rushing. Corbin, 43. Blackman was 16 of 26 with an interception for 120 and a touchdown. Tate Rodemaker came in. He was 5 of 9 with the interception. Jordan Travis come in. He was 1 of 2 with 1 interception. Blackman was sacked 4 times. Rodemaker and Travis 1 time each. Cameron McDonald was basically their leading receiver in yards, receptions, and touchdown. All right, let's look at the defense here. So the leading tackler for Florida State was Gaynor. He had 8. They did have 5 tackles for loss. Oh, there was 2 fumbles. Okay, they had 2 fumble recoveries. All right, for Miami, leading tacklers was Carter and Rigoni. It looks like Ragone, McLeod, Bolden, Quincy, Nasty Nesta, and Harrison Hunt all had sacks. Miami had 13 tackles for loss. Interceptions. Bolden had one. Phillips had one. And that was a crazy interception that he had, too. And Blades had one. So they all got the turnover chain that game. All right.
This fucking game.
You know, sometimes the sun shines and sometimes the rain comes.
All because of one play.
Crazy. All right, here we go. Your number 7, 3-0, 2-0 Miami Hurricanes take on the number 1, 3-0, 2-0 Clemson Tigers in South Carolina. It was like watching the varsity take on the junior varsity. But, it wasn't, I mean, the score was pretty bad, but it, you know, they were, you know, had their moments, but overall though, it was bad. And of course, the numbers dictate that too. All right. So, Clemson, 34 first downs to Miami's 9. Clemson had 258 yards rushing to Miami's 89. Sunshine had 29 of 44 for 292. De'Eric was 12 of 29, 3 interceptions, and 121 yards. Total offense, it was basically 2-1. Clemson did have a fumble they lost. Miami fumbled, but did not lose it. And surprise, surprise, Miami had 15 penalties at Clemson. Clemson only had 8. Like I said, they did have the 3 interceptions. Third down conversion. All right, here's the Miami we all know and love. 4-15 for Miami. 8 of 17 for Clemson. They were 1 of 1 on 4th down. Red zone. I mean, Miami did, when they got to the red zone, they did score a touchdown, but they did blow a field goal attempt. Clemson was 3 of 6 with 3 touchdowns and no field goals. Clemson had 5 sacks. Miami had 1. All right. So, looks like Mr. King was the leading rusher with 84 yards on 14 attempts. He did have a touchdown, and he had the longest run of 56 yards. And then Chaney and Harris, they kind of picked up some scraps here and there. De'Eric, okay, he only had 2 interceptions. Nkosi had 1. His longest was 42 yards. Brevin and Harley had 3 receptions each. Yeah, 34-9. Exactly. But, you know, Brevin had 31 yards. Harley had 17. Keyshawn had that 1 pass for 42 yards. D. Wiggins had 24. Headley was averaging 46 yards a punt, so that's pretty good. That's positive. Anyway, Etienne, that little sap sucker, he had 17 carries for 149 yards, 2 touchdowns, and he broke that 72-yard run. Sunshine had 34 yards on 8 attempts and 1 rushing touchdown. Even Ukulele got in there and got 17 yards. Lawrence was 29 of 41 for 292, 3 touchdowns, and 1 sack. Etienne not only ran the ball, but he caught the ball 8 times for 73 yards. Amari Rogers, 7 for 62. Brandon Galloway, 4 for 74, etc., etc. All right, let's see how bad this turned out. Bubba Bolden, again, leading tackler on the defense with 10. Mr. Jalen Phillips had the only sack for Miami. Miami did have 9 tackles for loss. Frierson had the fumble recovery, which at least the chain come out. For Clemson, their leading tackler, Spector, had 5. They had 5 sacks, like I said. They had 11 tackles for loss. Kane Patterson. Or Patterson Kane, I don't know. Kendrick and Jones, they all had interceptions. Roche dropping that pick to find the night. Yeah. And that was that. All right, so that brings us where Miami goes from 7 to now they are back to number 12, 3-1, 2-1 the ACC, taking on 3-2, 2-2 Pittsburgh. Luckily, it was at home. Oh. I was just looking at something. All right. And Miami pulls it out 31-19. It was never really close until Pittsburgh hit that touchdown, made it close, but it was what it was. I'm surprised they actually pulled it out because I figured they would have had a hangover from that Clemson game. And plus it was a noon game too, so. All right. So, Miami had the 21 first downs to Pittsburgh's 19 rushing yards. Miami had 109 to, that's right, Pittsburgh's 22. Passing, Miami 16-31, 2 interceptions for 222. Pittsburgh had 278 on 23 of 47. Total offensive yards, 331 for Miami, 300 for Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh did fumble the ball and lost one of them. Third down conversion, here we go. 4 of 13 for Miami, 3 of 17 for Pittsburgh. Miami had 3 sacks. Pittsburgh had 4. All right. Mr. King, he was the leading rusher with 32 on 11 attempts. Knighton had 25, Cameron 24, Chaney 18, Burns 15. And like I said earlier, De'Eric was 16 of 31 with 2 interceptions for 222. He had 4 touchdown passes, and he was sacked 4 times. Mallory had 2 touchdown catches. Harley had 1, and Cameron had 1. Pope and Knighton were the leading receivers with 5 receptions each. Pope had 46 yards. Knighton had 27. Mallory 51. Harley 47. Cameron 35. Keyshawn 16. For Pittsburgh, Sibley and Davis got 23 and 21 yards. Of course, Yellen being sacked 3 times. He basically had minus 28, or they may have had a decent day running. But Yellen was 22 of 46 for 277 and 1 touchdown. His longest pass play was 55. And that was to Jordan Addison, who had 8 receptions for 147. The lone receiving touchdown went to Moraga, Mr. Daniel. And on the defensive side of the ball for Pittsburgh, they did have the 4 sacks. They had 15 tackles for loss. You had interceptions by Paris Ford and Marquis Williams. That was your 2 interceptions. For Miami, Gervin Hall was the leading tackler with 8. Roche had 7. Roche had half a sack along with Phillips, Miller, and Harvey. And Harrison Hunt had a sack to himself, which gave him the 3. They had 9 tackles for loss. Mr. Roche got a fumble recovery and got to wear the chain. All right, Virginia. Come on. There we go. So here we go. Your now number 11, 4-1, 3-1 Miami Hurricanes take on the 1-3 Virginia Cavaliers. And playing them at home, at night, Virginia, you never know. But Miami pulls it out. Miami pulls it out 19-14. Now, of course, I believe there was some rain in the area at the time, but you had that 43-yard pass to Harley, and then it was just very low scoring. But Virginia did come back. They had that touchdown pass with 5.5 left, got it pretty close. So looking at the numbers here. Here we go. So Miami had the 23 first downs to Virginia's 18. Miami had 122 yards rushing to Virginia's 185. Now, the crazy thing is, Miami only averaged 2.5 yards of rush to Virginia's 5.3. Now, Miami did have 322 yards passing, 21 of 30, no interceptions. Virginia, 16 of 32 for 181. Total offensive yards, 444 to 366 in favor of Miami. Virginia did have a fumble and they lost it, which means the chain come out. Third down conversion, Miami was 8 of 17. Virginia was 7 of 16. Miami was 1 of 1 on 4th down. Miami was 3 of 4 in the red zone with the touchdown and 2 field goals. Let's see who got what. All right. So Chaney was the lead. King was the leading. No, look at the right column. Sorry. Chaney was the leading rusher with 43 yards and a touchdown on 10 carries. Knighton had 37 yards on 12 carries. King had 28 on 14 carries. King was 21 of 30 on passing for 322, a touchdown. He was sacked 5 times. It's pretty bad when a 1-3 team can sack your quarterback 5 times. Just saying. Harley was putting in some good work with 10 receptions for 170 yards and a touchdown, and he had the longest at 43. Then Pope at 48, Wiggins 36, Mallory 58. Few had a few. Payton had 5. Mr. Armstrong, he led the rushers at 15 carries with 91 yards. He was also 16 of 30 for 181, 2 touchdowns, and a sack with the longest pass of 49 yards. Taloa Papa had 56 yards rushing. And Mr. Kemp was the leading receiver with 5 receptions for 49 yards. Jana had 3 receptions. He had 60 yards with 49 of that on that one play. All right, looking at Virginia's numbers on defense. Is that going to be too big? No. Like I said, Jackson was their leading tackler with 16. They had 5 sacks, 11 tackles for loss, and there were no turnovers. For Miami, Phillips, Jalen was the leading tackler with 7. Jennings had a sack. They had 2 tackles for a loss. And Mr. Quincy Roche got the turnover chain. All right. Next up for your number 10. Miami is a top 10 team again for the second time this season. Number 10, Miami Hurricanes, 5-1, 4-1 ACC play. Takes on the 4-2 squared NC State Wolfpack in North Carolina. And it was a Friday night game, so guess what? Everybody and their brother were watching. And Miami pulls it out, 44-41. That touchdown pass with about 2.5 left to Harley, a 54-yard pass. That was the nail in the coffin. But it was basically back and forth the whole game, back and forth. Now, again, after Miami scored a touchdown to tie it up, they kick off, and NC State does that 100-yard kickoff return, which was kind of demoralizing. But, Miami come back. They took care of business barely. Again, this is a 4-3 North Carolina State team. All right. There we go. So first downs were pretty close. Rushing yards, Miami outrushed them 189-131. Passing, Miami 32 of 42 for 431 to NC State's 20 of 29 for 279. Kind of had shades of the old Stephen Morris game against NC State. Miami had 620 total yards of offense to NC State's 410. Now, NC State did have an interception, which means the turnover chain come out. Both teams fumbled the ball, but did not lose it. Miami had 83 plays, total offensive plays. Miami had 83, 20 more than NC State. Oh, yeah, it was Derek did great, QB. He did great. Now, Miami did have 12 penalties for 100 yards. NC State only had 8 for 78. Of course, that's probably because we were in North Carolina, but we're not going to go there. Miami did have that interception, like I said. Third down conversion, Miami was 7 of 16. Not shabby considering. NC State was 7 of 12. Miami was 1 of 1 on fourth down. And Miami was 6 of 7 in the red zone, 3 touchdowns, 3 field goals. And NC State was perfect, 4 of 4 in the red zone, 3 touchdowns, and a field goal. And, of course, both teams had 2 sacks. All right. So, Mr. De'Eric was doing it all. He had 15 rushes for 105 yards. And like I said, he was 31 of 41 for 430 yards passing and 5 touchdowns, which is second all time to, oh crap, who had the 6 a couple of years ago before this? Oh, was it Jared? No. Anyway, but he was sacked twice. Cameron had 62 yards rushing on 15 carries. Chaney and Knighton had 14 and 13 respectively. Hodges was 1 for 1. I think it was a halfback pass or some crap, but anyway. Harley had 8 receptions for 153 yards and 2 touchdowns to lead all the receivers. Pope had 97 and a touchdown. Wiggins, 77 and a touchdown. Mallory, 78 and a touchdown. And then Harrison Payton, 12. King and Chaney, 1 and 1. Because I think Hodges threw that ball to King, I believe, there. All right. NC State. Person was 79 yards rushing. Knight with 45. Hockman had to do that. He was 19 of 28 with the interception with 248 yards, 2 touchdowns, and was sacked twice. Amizi had 95 yards on 4 receptions. Angeline had 4 receptions for 54 yards and a touchdown. Carter had a touchdown reception, and Hockman had a touchdown reception also, which was probably from Thomas throwing the ball to him. A lot of halfback stuff going on here. All right. Defensive totals. For Miami, Phillips, leading tackler with 10. He also had a sack along with Couch. Altogether, 6 total tackles for loss. Mr. Wiggins got that interception, which meant the turnover chain come out again. Baker Williams was the leading tackler for NC State. And like I said, they had 3 sacks, 5 tackles for losses, and there were no turnovers. Yeah, I think it was Jared Williams had 6. I think it was against Bethune. I think
it was against NC State at home.
Jared?
Yeah, I think. When we remember that game, the game before the FIU debacle.
Yes, I believe you're correct. But
I'm not a Hurricanes fan. I'm just.
After a while, I knew it used to be 5. Okay, but then I remember somebody here lately just hit 6, and I thought it was Jaron. And then I don't know why I couldn't remember who it was against. I just assumed it was like a Bethune or something because, usually when they play, ACC talent, unless it's NC State, really don't do much like that. But yeah. So, all right. Here we go. Your number 9. Miami's still in the top 10. 2 weeks in a row in the top 10. This could be the year. Your Miami Hurricanes, 6-1, 5-1 in ACC play. Take on the 4-3, 4-2 in ACC play. Virginia Tech Hokies and Blacksburg, Virginia. And Miami pulls it out, 25-24. Pope had that 36-yard pass from De'Eric, as you can see, to take the lead 25-24 with about 6 minutes left in the game. It was pretty back and it wasn't really, it's kind of ugly. Plus it was cold or cool. 55 degrees, that's cold to me. All right. Miami had 3 more first downs than Virginia Tech. Miami had 131 yards rushing to Virginia Tech's 160. Passing 255 for Miami, 202 for Virginia. Virginia did have that 1 interception. Total offensive plays was pretty close. Average per play was pretty close. Miami had a fumble but did not lose it. Miami had 8 penalties. Virginia Tech only had 2. Surprise, surprise. Doom, doom, doom. Miami did have the interception. 3rd down conversion. Miami was 6 of 17. Virginia Tech was 7 of 16. 4th down, Miami was 1 of 2. Miami had 6 sacks. Virginia Tech had 6 sacks. All right. So Cameron Harris, he had a touchdown, 63 yards rushing on 14 attempts. De'Eric had 15 yards, but because of the sacks, he lost to 69. But he had 18 attempts. He did have a rushing touchdown. Knighton 27, Chaney 25. Borregales actually had a yard rushing. I think that's when they try a fake field goal. I don't remember. Anyway, moving on. De'Eric was 24-38. Not bad for 255 and a touchdown, but he was sacked 6 times. Mr. Wiggin was leading receiver with 8 receptions for 106. Harley 51, Pope 50 and a touchdown, and Jordan 22, Mallory 21, Peyton 5. Mr. Hendon Hooker, he had 21 carries, 59 yards rushing and a touchdown. Also, Hendon was 19 of 29 with the interception, 202 yards passing. He was sacked 6 times. Hebert had 8 runs for 49, Holston for 36, but he had the 2 touchdowns. Blackshear had 2 No, I'm looking at net yards, excuse me. So Hooker had a rushing touchdown, and Holston had 2 rushing touchdowns. Receiving, Turner and Robinson, 5 receptions each. Turner had 86 yards, Robinson 42. There was no passing touchdowns. All right. So the 6 sacks from Miami, 2 of them went to Frierson, 2.5 went to Phillips, with Corey getting the other half of that. And Sam Brooks gets into the action with a sack. 11 tackles for loss. Turnover chain goes to Corey Couch on an interception. Dax Holyfield was the leading tackler for Virginia Tech with 13. Like I said, they had 6 sacks, 8 tackles for loss, and there was no turnovers. All right. Oops, wrong button. All right, your number 9. It's 3rd week in a row in the top 10. What's Manny Diaz doing down there? 7-1, Miami 6-1 in the ACC. Go to see Duke. They're 2-7, 1-7. Kind of scary. Now, as far as the ACC race went at this time, I believe that Clemson and Notre Dame had already played, and Clemson lost. So Notre Dame was undefeated in ACC play up to this time. Clemson and Miami were tied with 1 loss apiece, but Clemson had the tiebreaker. Just to give you an update in case you were wondering. All right, Miami and Duke. Miami comes out and just spanked that ass 48-0. I mean, it was Duke was hurting. They were hurting. So Miami had 10 more first downs than Duke. Rushing, Miami had 220 yards rushing to Duke's 56. I mean, Duke was only getting like 1.7 yards of rush to Miami's 5.2. Miami was 17 of 26 for 304 yards passing, but Duke was 25 of 31. So their passing completion percentage was pretty good, but it was for 121 yards and a one interception. Total offensive yards, 524 for Miami to 177 for Duke. Thought I saw something, but I didn't. There was no fumbles. Third down conversion. Miami was 4 of 10. Duke was 5 of 15. Miami was perfect on fourth down, 1 of 1. Miami had 3 sacks on Duke. Duke had 1. Now, Miami did have 17 points off of turnovers. All righty. So, Cameron Harris had 15 rushes for 96 yards and 2 touchdowns. Mr. King had 46 yards rushing on 11 attempts with 1 touchdown. And like I said, Mr. King, he's 16 of 24, 248, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, no sacks. Nkosi gets in late. He's 1 of 2 for 56 and 1 sack. Mr. Chaney also had a good day receiving with 4 receptions for 81. Brevin, 4 receptions for 75 and a touchdown. But Mr. Harley, 2 receptions for 105 yards and a touchdown with that 89-yard catch. And Mr. Wiggins had 3 for 14, but he did have a touchdown. And for Duke, Durant had 48 yards rushing. Mr. Bryce was 20 of 25 for 94 yards. He was sacked 3 times. Holmberg come in. He was 5 of 6. He had an interception. 36 yards was Bobo on the leading receiver for Duke. All right. For the defense of Miami. All right. Mr. Bolden was the leading tackler with 9. Roche and Phillips both combined for a sack, and each one of them had their own sack. They had 13 yards, 13 tackles for loss, excuse me. The turnover chain went to Mr. Carter, Roche, Flag, and Mammarelli on fumbles. And then Mr. Clark got 1 for an interception. Whoops. The hell are you doing? Got all excited there. All right, so for Duke, Mr. Dimagigi had 10 tackles, leading tackler. Opan had a sack. They had 6 tackles for loss. Rump the second had a fumble recovery. Okay. All right, I need to let these dogs out for just a second. Give me just 1 second. All right. The North Carolina game. Your number 8 Miami Hurricanes. This is what their third, fourth week in a row in the top 10. Miami comes in 8-1. 7-1 in ACC play. North Carolina comes in. As you can see, I'm not in a big hurry to get to this game. North Carolina comes in number 20 in the nation.
Collapsing scheme.
7-3, 6-3 in ACC play. Hit the mute button. Sorry. Might as well hit that, pull that Band-Aid off. And yes, you're not seeing things. You are not seeing things. 62-26. And I'm going to be honest with you, fellas. It wasn't even that damn close. You know? Fill my cup a little bit on this one. Basically, North Carolina did whatever North Carolina wanted to do, especially when it came to running the ball. You know, Brevin did have that little, but he did have a 76-yard touchdown pass he caught. But, you know, by then it's 41-18. You know, and of course, this game, I think it was I want to say it was, let's see here. Hang on. No, it doesn't say. But I believe this was on ABC.
I'm watching just this damn Panthers game.
How's that looking? Oh. No, this was a 3:00 game, 3:30 game. So anyway, this game here, it was horrible. I mean, you're going to see how bad it was. I got a extra slide I put in there for this. All right. $31 first downs from North Carolina to Miami's 15. Okay. North Carolina, that's right. You see it, 554 yards rushing to Miami 75. I mean, North Carolina was averaging a first down every time they handed the ball off. You know? Miami couldn't even get 3 yards in a cloud of dust. Passing, you know, it's kind of equal, but, you know, when you're running the ball for 554 yards, who worried about the passing? North Carolina was 15 of 20. Miami was 18 of 32. North Carolina had 224 yards passing to Miami's 239. I mean, even in the passing, they were getting a first down every time they threw the ball. Total offense. Wow. North Carolina had 778 yards. Miami had 314. Yeah. Luckily, there was no fumbles. Miami had that one interception, but other than that, that was that. Third down conversions. I can't believe North Carolina had 11, but they were 6 of 11 on third down, and Miami was 4 of 12, and North Carolina was 2 of 2 on fourth down. 8 for 9 in the red zone. North Carolina had 6 touchdowns and 2 field goals. They had 3 sacks. Miami had 1. Ooh, what happened right there? It was a very depressing game when I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming when I was watching the highlights. Very depressing. King was the leading rusher with 53 yards on 11 carries. Cameron only had 24 yards on 10 carries with a touchdown. Mr. King was 18 of 30, 1 interception. He had 239 yards, 2 touchdowns, and he was sacked twice. Miami's best quarterback ever, Tyler Van Dyke. He was 0 of 2, but he was sacked 1 time. Receiving, of course, Brevin had that 76-yard touchdown pass, but he had 6 receptions for 140. Harley, 6 for 77. Mallory, 2 for 12. Wow. Carter, 308 yards rushing on 24 attempts. Williams had 236 on 23 attempts. Carter, 2 touchdowns. Williams, 3 touchdowns. Sam Howell actually ran for a touchdown. And then they also had that, where is it at? Yeah, there it is. Sam Howell was 14 of 19 for 223, a touchdown. His longest pass play was 87 yards, and he was sacked. Rontavious Groves threw that little reverse to Sam Howell in the end zone for a touchdown. Damian Brown had 167 yards receiving on 4 catches, and that was basically them. One of the biggest issues in this game is Miami just couldn't tackle. I mean, it was bad, especially in the secondary. They just could not tackle. They were getting, out-jugged and all that stuff. It was horrible. Horrible. So for North Carolina, Surratt had 10 tackles. He was the leading tackler. They had their 3 sacks, 7 tackles for loss, and Grimes had 1 interception. For Miami, wow, Bolden actually made 13 tackles. I didn't see him. He was the leading tackler with 13. Phillips and Roche combined for 1 sack. Miami had 5 tackles for loss. No fumble recoveries or interceptions. Now, this game, the 554 yards that North Carolina put up was the most rushing yards an opposing team has ever put on Miami in Miami's football history. It beat out that Auburn from 44 and then that Georgia Tech from back in 08. Total offense. The 778 by North Carolina was the worst. Was the most an opposing team put on a Miami defense. At least with that 670 yards given up to UCLA, at least it was back and forth. It was a close game and Miami pulled it out.
Exactly.
And even that 2012, that was a Stephen Morris game against NC State. At least Miami had like 600-700 yards offense. That 84 Boston College game, it took a pass play to win that game. Now, of course, that 2012 Notre Dame game, that was just Notre Dame just outpowered them. Same thing with Duke. But yeah, that That is a lot of yards. Most first downs ever by an opposing team. North Carolina had 31 in that game. You know, a couple of more, they would have took it all. But, you know, as bad as we thought that Notre Dame game was, I mean, the North Carolina game, it's just nobody could tackle. It's just like they just gave up, you know. They had 22 first downs rushing. That was only second to that Auburn game in 44. And that is the 2020 regular season. Let's see here. So Miami finishes the season, regular season. What's that? 8-2? Yes, 8-2. Now, here's the good thing. Miami's going to the Cheez-It Bowl. They'll be taking on Oklahoma State just up the road in Orlando. Your number 18, still a top 20 team. Still a top 20 team. 8-2 Miami Hurricanes take on number 21, 7-3 Oklahoma State. And honestly, after that North Carolina debacle, I didn't have high hopes for this game. I'm not going to lie. You know, it was horrible. And Miami loses 37-34. Now, I will say this. You know, Oklahoma State was up 31-19 going into the fourth quarter. And you got to hand it to him. Now, granted, unfortunately, this is where De'Eric hurt his knee in this game. And Nkosi come in. I thought Nkosi did pretty good myself. Considering. And, you know, and Miami, they actually kind of had a little fight, come back a little bit. But, you know, when they gave up that touchdown, that 16-yard touchdown pass, that was basically it. But one thing I remember, or I was refamiliarized with on this game, watching the highlights, is passing. Oklahoma State come out and threw the ball. And I believe Miami was expecting them to run because Oklahoma State really didn't throw the ball that much, I believe. I may be wrong. But, you know, it started out pretty bad. You can see it was 21-0 in the first quarter. Miami comes back, makes it close, but I just hated seeing Mr. De'Eric go down like that. A little bit more there. Give me a little bit more. There you go. And as you can see, the first downs was, you know, Oklahoma State had two more at 29-27 against Miami. Rushing, Miami had 156 yards rushing to Oklahoma State's 113. Oklahoma State was only doing 2.6 yards a rush. Passing. Miami 30 of 48 for 356. Oklahoma State was 27 of 40 for 305. That's what messed them up, I believe. Total offense. I mean, Miami was 512 to Oklahoma State's 418. You know, Miami did fumble the ball twice, lost 2 fumbles, which didn't help matters any. Third down conversion. Here we go. This is the Miami we all know and love. 4-14 on third down. Oklahoma State was 6 of 15. Miami was 3 of 5 on fourth down. I don't know what's more impressive, that they actually went for it on 5 fourth downs or that they made actually 3 of them. But in the red zone, Miami was 4-4. They had 3 touchdowns and a field goal. Miami had 2 sacks against Oklahoma State, and Oklahoma State had a sack against Miami. All right. So looking at the numbers here, Mr. Harris and Mr. Chaney both had 6 carries. Harris had 52 yards to Chaney's 50. King had 18 on 8 carries. Harley got 2 carries for 13. Nkosi was 19 of 34 for 228, 2 touchdowns, and he was sacked once. Before Mr. King left out, he was 10 of 13 for 113 and a touchdown. And Mr. Brevin Jordan was 1 of 1. On receiving, Jordan and Harley both had 8 receptions. Brevin had 96 yards. Harley had 69. Jordan had the 2 touchdowns, and Harley had a 1 touchdown reception. Mallory 67, Chaney 44, Harris 38, etc., etc. Now for Oklahoma State, Sanders had 45 yards rushing on 13 carries, and Brown had 42 on 12 carries with a touchdown. Spencer Sanders, quarterback, who was the leading rusher, he was 27 of 40, 305 yards, 4 touchdowns, and he was sacked twice. Their leading receiver was B. Presley, was 6 at 118. Martin, 6 at, also Presley had 3 touchdown receptions. Martin was 6 for 73. Wallace, 6 for 45. Defensively, Trey Sterling, 10.5 tackles, led the team. Also, him and Bundage both shared in a sack. The team had 5 tackles for loss. Martin and Harper, they had fumble recoveries. For Miami, wow, they did actually tackle pretty good, looks like. So Corey Couch had 9.5 tackles to lead the defense. Jennings and Harvey had sacks each. They had 9 tackles for loss as a team. Of course, no fumble recoveries, no interception, which means no turnover chain. All right, so here are the final ACC standings for 2020. See if I can get that. There we go. So Miami finishes the season 8-3. Clemson and Notre Dame finished 10-2 each. They both finished 9-1 in the ACC. Excuse me. And the reason for that, Clemson beat Notre Dame in the ACC championship. I am so sorry. Excuse me. So with all that shenanigans going on during the football season, Miami still finishes 7-2 in the ACC. Now, if they would have beat North Carolina, they would have been 8-1. But remember, Miami did not play Georgia Tech and they did not play Wake Forest. And with the track history that Miami has with Georgia Tech, I don't know. So, with all the stuff that went on in the 2020 season, with the North Carolina game, record-wise, Miami did pretty decent, pretty good. 8-3. 8-2 regular season. So looking at some of our team stats for the year, Miami ran for 1,788 yards, but the opponents ran for 1,919 yards, which the opponent was getting 4.5 yards a carry to Miami's 4.2. The opponents was out rushing Miami 174.5 per game. Miami was only 162.5. Now, passing. Something got in my throat. Miami ended up with 3,050 yards passing. The opponent was 2,573. Now, this is what's impressive to me. There was only 6 interceptions the whole year. That's pretty impressive, considering what we have seen in past seasons. Total offense, Miami was outgaining the opponent. They outgained them by almost, 400 yards there. This is interesting. Total plays, 803 to 803, so that was even. Interceptions, Miami, like I said, the defense had gotten 7 interceptions, but they only got 11 yards off of it. The opposition got 6 interceptions, but got 76 yards out of it. All right. Now, fumbles. We talked about this last week. There it is. There was 14 fumbles by Miami. 6 of them were lost. The opposition had 16 fumbles and lost 9. Now, Miami was sacked 30 times, which is, I thought it was more than that, but the quarterbacks were only sacked 30 times and only 6 fumbles was given up. And I don't think many of those fumbles were on sacks. Now, the defense got 30 sacks also. Third down conversion. Now, this is a positive. Miami did crack the 40% conversion rate on third down. They were 65 of 160. They did have 41%. Fourth down conversion was 68, Now, of course, the opposition had a 38% third down conversion. So take that for what it's worth. And by a score by the quarters, Miami was outscored by the opponent in the first quarter by 7 points. Other than that, Miami outscored their opponent in the other 3 quarters. So that's not bad. Looking at some individual numbers right quick. So Cameron Harris finishes with 643 yards rushing. He averaged a little over 5 yards a carry. He had 10 touchdowns. He averaged only 58 yards a game, but his longest run was 75. Now, this is what's impressive. So actually, De'Aaron King technically was the leading rusher on the team, but he lost 191 of those yards vis-a-vis sacks and so forth, which made him second at 538. He was averaging 4 yards a carry. He had 4 rushing touchdowns. 56 yards was his longest. He averaged 48-49. So Mr. King was doing pretty good. And as far as passing goes, so Mr. King had only 5 interceptions. He only threw 5 interceptions the whole season, including the part of the bowl game he was in. He had 64% completion rate. He threw for 23 touchdowns. he was averaging 244 yards a game. I mean, even Nkosi, he come in, he was 26 of 47. Sorry. I hit the wrong button. I got excited. Nkosi Perry only threw one interception in 26 completions, 47 attempts. I mean, he was still 55% completion rate. He had 348 yards and 3 touchdowns. So, I mean, it's not bad considering he's only in 5 games, and that was just a little bit at a time. Unfortunately, Mr. Van Dyke was 0 of 2. That's all he got. So, it'd be all right. He was a freshman. As far as receiving goes, Harley was the leading reception with 57. He also led in the yards at 799. He was averaging 14 yards a catch. He had 7 touchdowns. He was averaging 72.6. Brevin, he was only in 8 games, but he had 576 yards receiving. He was averaging 15.2 a catch. He had 7 touchdowns also. His longest was 76, and he was getting an average of 72 per game. So as you can see, and I'm not going to go through every single number, but, you know, a lot of folks got some catches. Even Mallory, he got 4 touchdowns. Even Restrepo had a catch for 12 yards.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm back now. Yeah, because what do the MMA GA boys say? Manny didn't develop the Restrepo. Restrepo was not going to play over these damn receivers, guys. Like, stop.
No, not at all. And plus, you got to, also, this was Xavier's freshman year, too. So, I mean, he just walked on campus.
Yeah.
And then again, you know, as the herd thinned out in the receiving room, and then, he was roommates with TVD.
Well, they didn't really thin out. We changed schemes. We went from a spread to power eye football.
But we're going vertical, dude.
Where?
I don't know. Excuse me. Now, Lou Headley, which thank God for Lou. We don't really talk much about the punters, but I mean, Lou was averaging 47 yards a punt. His longest was 60. He put 14 of those 49 inside the 20. So, very good. I mean, he was probably the offensive MVP right there. That and the long snapper for Headley, because you didn't see too many issues with that. You got all the all-purpose stuff. Total offense, I mean, De'Eric was doing great. Like I said, 538 rush, 2686 pass. Didn't really have very many interceptions. He had 6, I think.
I didn't ask because I was watching the hockey game. Still going on. I have a question. Would you have played him? Would you have played De'Eric King that last game against Oklahoma State? Because this year was like I would not. First of all, I would not have played the bowl game. This year was because it was a COVID year, right? Everybody was sick,
yeah.
And
right. Why not let Nkosi have it? Because all you're doing is running the risk of, and they did, messed his knee up. Because you're playing Alabama first game of the season next year. And if I'm not mistaken.
And also there was no promise he was going to stay. The only reason he stayed is because he messed up his knee. Right?
Right.
And
exactly.
This is, I don't know who his parents were, but his parents or friends have been like, hey, don't play this bowl game.
Yeah.
It's a meaningless bowl game. You don't need it. Right now, you probably would have been drafted in the 5th or 7th round, something like that. No need to play, but yeah, this program has just, when it comes to player development, this program is pissing me off. It doesn't look out for the players anymore.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I couldn't tell you the last time there was any player development. Ever since
this year in the defensive line.
You know?
This when you had Stroud as the defensive line coach, he was the only one, because Harvey looked like a beast. Ford looked like a beast. All these guys were playing up to par. When as soon as the golden child came in and put his Salavea and I don't know who else. It hasn't, everybody's like, oh, Bain was going to look like that if me and you were coaching.
Exactly.
Bain self-trains himself.
Exactly. Oh, which, I mean, that holds true even back in the early 2000s when you had the talent already talented. If that makes any sense. Until Coker decided to start chasing stars and nobody developed, and that's why we are where we are. But, looking at these defensive numbers, though, I mean, I don't know who was teaching the secondary how to attack and tackle. I don't know if they were afraid of targeting. I don't know if they was afraid of getting hurt. But
well, it was a couple of things that we had that stupid donut tackle.
Right.
And Amari Carter kind of messed things up for Miami when he would get all the targeting.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing they were like, hey, we have, you can't tackle like a missile. You got to, But
exactly.
Again, this is for all the Mario fanboys. I kill Manny for this as well. He's a defensive coordinator, and we didn't know how to tackle. What the hell? Yeah,
and the thing is, it's not like these young men didn't know how to tackle. They've been playing ball for a while.
Yeah, and then you're tackling this donut, right? Like,
well, not only that, and then they're it seemed like they were always out of position. Their angles going to the tackle. I disagree with you on that one.
I think we were always in position. We just didn't know how to tackle.
Yeah,
I think we were always in position. It's just we just never.
And you're right, but it's like
if you think about the North Carolina game, we had the tackle. The guy was just stiff arm us and
knock him out.
Get out the way, and it's just like we're always in the position to get the play. It just we don't.
Now that North Carolina game, them hoes were gaping wide open.
Yeah, but there was people there to tackle, and they didn't have to do it.
That, and then also I know, like with the North Carolina game, I don't know. Whatever blocking scheme North Carolina came up with, it completely counteracted whatever defensive line scheme that Miami had. Because when those guys ran through the line, it was like holes were just as big as a Mack truck.
Well, the funny thing is, what happened that game has been happening to this program for the longest time, and that's that freaking counterplay. Every program that runs a counterplay against us, has success outside of Georgia Tech with their wishbone. But if you run a counter against Miami, you're going to be okay.
Yep, exactly. Oh, and of course, when your top three tacklers on the defense are defensive backs, that's not good. Oh. But it looks like Jalen was the sack leader with Roche right behind him. No, that's tackles for loss, excuse me. But Phillips was the leading sack with 8. Okay, read your stuff right here. I was actually right, and Quincy was second with 4.5. And we talked about it earlier, but man, could you imagine if you had Quincy, Jalen, and Rousseau in and out. If you had all three of them in the game at certain times, if not all of them. But let's see here. Looks like Roche had the most fumbles recovered. As far as interceptions, wow, Blades had the most with 2. I would have never thought that. I mean, they only had 7 interceptions.
I never agree with that Blades recruitment. We should have never recruited Blades.
You know, and I agree with him. I mean, first off, the kid had a lot to live up to with all this, you know.
Yep, that's why.
Blades family, Miami royalty put upon him. I mean, that's enough. That's a lot of pressure on a young man. But, and then when he got here, I don't know if it was a talent. I don't know if it was a development or if it was just in his head trying. I don't know. But.
Well, I wish Shad was on the show because Shad is a huge fan of Rump. And Rump was not.
But
this is why I would love to have Shad on the show because Shad is a big Rump guy, and Rump didn't really. I don't know if he didn't produce or he didn't recruit. I don't know. This program hasn't been doing a good job recruiting quarterbacks.
Or maybe Rump had the Coker effect in that he came into a good situation, and then it just slowly digressed, and he never really did anything. See what I'm getting at? Because the defensive backs have slowly started to decline.
When was the last time we had a good defensive back?
Yeah, that's the top dude.
Oh,
when was the last time we had a shutdown? Was it Michael Jackson? But he wasn't really a shut.
No,
Michael Jackson was no shutdown. Artie Burns and Corn Elder.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
That's the last time. It's been a while.
And that's when Rump just started taking over.
Why is Al Golden got another job? I mean, I think if Al Golden gets another job, he's going to be scary.
If Al Golden did not have D'Onofrio, he would have won a national. I think he would have won a national championship with Miami eventually. But, and I know I'm not a Golden fanboy. I'm not trying to make. I'm not trying to make Al great again. But, I mean, the numbers and the stats and the talent, it just doesn't lie. You know?
I hate to agree with you. But,
It is. It's crazy. It's crazy. But, you know, Golden had Kaya. Kaya was a Golden recruit.
He had Duke. He had
Duke.
He had Coley. He had.
I mean, think about it.
Perryman.
If that team in Brad and the Duke, that was 2015. No. That was 2014, wasn't it?
Something like that.
When you had Kaya and Duke on the team together.
Yeah.
Duke, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, you think about it. You get you a defense other than a Blake Baker or if you had a Manny Diaz.
Yeah, you would have a Manny.
If he had a Manny Diaz defense with Al Golden, shit. With Kaya and Duke, oh, bruh. I guarantee you Golden would still be here and probably would have had at least one national championship.
I would have said more than one.
He would have had
it rolling.
I didn't want to sound, you know, like a fanboy, but it'd be a different story than right now. And the sad thing is nobody wants to admit that.
But you know, the reason why a coach like Manning, Golden, coaches like that will never be successful at Miami is because of these effing fanboys that are all, if you're not from Miami, right? If you didn't play at Miami, you're not from the state of Miami. You don't know the people, right? And then they apply this unnecessary pressure because, I'm calling people out because we're getting parts that so you got to start calling your people out. But like the guys like Luke, right? And they would be like, oh, if he doesn't come to the hood and we don't support him. And it's like is those type of people that, people think that I spread negative stuff. No, it's these Kane's creators that really spread negative stuff, because if you're not part of the in group, they kind of like shun you, like, oh, you're not from the state of Florida. And it's like, man, our successful coaches are not from the state of Florida, right?
Any of our successful coaches.
Yeah. And it's like, you don't have to be from Miami in order to understand the U, right? I hate saying that. You don't need to be from, the program to know the state of Florida, right? Like Urban Meyer is not from the state of Florida. He had an amazing team at Florida. Bobby's from West Virginia. He had an amazing team at Florida State. Jimmy's from Arkansas, excuse me. And, you don't have to be from Miami to be a good coach at Miami. And I hate that. And I don't think Golden was going to he was never going to get a fair chance with the what do you call them? The people, what's the people you give money? The handlers,
the boosters, the bagmen, the handlers. Yeah.
They were never going to give a guy like Golden a fair shot. Right.
And, and that's why, probably, I mean, cause we only have 3 episodes left before we hit the series finale, but before we get into the season, that would be a lovely discussion to have, like I talked about last time about, the coaches.
But it's funny. It's funny what Mario is building. It's what Golden had.
Yeah.
Exactly. Right? He wanted a big team, right? That was between the tackles. Because if you think about that defensive line that Golden had, they were all big because he wanted that Penn State type of model.
Yes.
Right. So it's like this is why I'm not excited too much, because like I've seen this already. Right. And the reason why Golden wasn't successful is because he had his homeboy in the staff. And same thing with Mario. Let's say Mirabal is a great offensive line coach. I just don't want these coaches to have their homeboys on the team, because you call me, I'm probably beat and battered from what happened to with Golden and Manning, with having your homeboys on the team, and Rick, right? That never turns out good, because you cannot, in sports, you cannot have yes men, right? And if you have too many yes men, it's not going to be successful. If you can't fire your best friend, if Mario can't fire Mirabal, if Manny can't fire Banda, if Rick can't fire his son, if Golden can't fire his D'Onofrio, you should not be coaching. I'm sorry, you should not hire him. You should only hire people that you could fire.
Right. And I agree. And if you think about it, the non-Miami coaches, and you know what I mean, the ones not from Miami have been more successful than the ones who were from Miami. And that's why I'm like, once Mario leaves, whoever comes in, bring him from Alaska or something, nowhere near Miami, and we'll have a chance, because the most successful coaches in Miami history were nowhere near Miami. But anyway, what do we know? We're just anti-Kane. So this slide right here, let's see if I can make it a little bigger for everybody. This is something I started last week, I believe it was. So this right here is our schedule. These are the teams we played. All right. This is their final record. This was their final ranking, and this is what Miami result was against them. Now, granted, again, I know it was the COVID year. I know that, but just looking at it, I mean, other than the North Carolina game, all right, Clemson, they were number 1 team. Our track record against Clemson has not been the greatest. I think now back in the early 2000s, we beat them a couple of times, but not since Dabo been there. And really, other than Duke, poor Duke, they were hurting pretty bad, and Virginia Tech, it is what it is. It was what it was. Nothing really stands out to me. All right. Okay, here we go. The standard. So this is what I was talking about. Get you some orientation here. So when we start looking at these numbers offensively and defensively, passing and rushing, this is our standard. In other words, I took 1983, 87, 89, 91, and 2001. With passing, it was the yards per game average for that season, average touchdowns per game, and the average completion percentage. All right, per game, per year. And what I did is I took all those numbers, averaged them up, and that would be like the standard. Okay? Same thing with rushing.
1 second. Where are you getting the standard from? Okay, I'm sorry. 83, 87, okay.
89, 91. So, and the reason why I bring this up, because, the standard we had been talking about the standard when it comes to wins and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking if we're going to compare different coaches and OCs and DCs and defenses and this and that, let's compare it to the standard.
But could you really do this? Because it's different style of football, right?
But here's the thing, though. And I'm not knocking the standard record thing, but how come when it comes to the record we can have a standard, but when it comes to the stats we don't have a standard?
Because you can't really compare 83 to current football, right?
I understand, but still,
I see where you're going.
But I'm not saying it's an absolute yay or nay, great or not, but just to kind of compare to what was happening. That's all. But yeah, duly noted. 83, you really can't compare to a 01 or different. I know it's different style. I know that. But championship caliber Miami football.
Well, the best, as you see, the most important stat there is the passing stat, 89 and 91. Right. And this is what I think what Manny was doing was right. What we're doing now is like, I don't know, but to be honest, I think the standard is really on defense, it's not on offense. Well,
I just wanted to throw offense in there, just to kind of give a,
because the one common thing we had with the championship teams were we had dominant
defense. Yes, of course. But I just wanted to throw that offense in there just to kind of see. But yeah, the defense, dude, the 89, this was fascinating. In 89, they only gave up 79 yards a game rushing. They gave up less than 2 yards a rush in 89. I thought I had typed that in wrong, but no, I'm like, good God, And then you look at because you just like take the 91 team, they were giving up 145 yards a game. 3 and third yards of rush. But yeah, it's fascinating. All right, so
go back. That looks amazing. 89. Was it? What was it? Let me see. 89. Is that really 89 rushing?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes.
Drago. Shit.
Drago, glad to have you here. Again, like I said, now again, all these numbers came from sports-reference.com. But yeah, I double checked it and I triple checked it. And sure enough, that's
So Jordan, we look at this history, right? Though I guess the one common denominator that all these teams had, and that's something that Drago said. He had a very valid point. They had DTs. Why don't we focus just getting dominant defensive tackles year after year after year?
Well, not only that, and I agree with you 100%. You just don't get any pressure on the quarterback. You got, it's kind of like, so these highlights I was watching from 2020, the offensive line for Miami was just getting pushed back. But the defensive line, I'm not saying the defensive line in 2020 was bad, but, sometimes they would get some penetration. Sometimes it might take them a little bit. And to your point, and to Drago's point, if you got a hellified defensive line that can get penetration, you don't put as much stress on your defensive backs to stay in coverage. You see. Now,
and I know it's like we've had Hall of Famers defensive tackles, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry. We need to hire Stroud again because Stroud understands this. But, I mean, Dana Stubbs, Wolfork, Sapp.
Yes.
Cortez Kennedy.
Yes.
And now Drago, thank you. Drago blew my head with that, right? I think, you know what? I think that's the key right there, those defensive tackles. If we get back to, I don't think it's really the 5-star thing. It has nothing to do with that. It's because, who was it? Not Cortez Kennedy. Who was the one that was like a 2-star and came here was a beast? That Jimmy recruited late. He's a Hall of Famer. Cortez Kennedy. Who was the other one that were on that time?
Maryland?
No, was it Russ? No. I think it was Cortez Kennedy.
Cortez?
Yeah, it was Cortez. Cortez Kennedy was a 2-star from some Bodunk community college and came to Miami and blew up, right? Warren Sapp was a 3-star tight end, right?
Yeah.
Right. So you don't have to get the 5 stars. You just got to get the damn building.
You got to get people that will succeed in your system that you want to run. And you want your system to help those young men succeed. In other words, it's like offensive linemen. If you want a nice, stout offensive line, you go to the cornfields. If you want to get some playmaking receivers and running backs, you go to South Florida. But and even not just defensive tackles. You throw the ends in there. You go the whole defensive line, and then you put in some real good linebackers.
Warren Sapp, Maryland, Jerome Brown, Cortez Kennedy.
Brown, yes.
What's the guy that recently had number 9? I forgot his name. Number 9. A couple of years ago, he came from Florida. The transfer to Florida. He transferred from Florida. His brother played at LSU.
Son of a bitch.
What's his damn name?
It's one of those things. If you hadn't said it, we would have we could have told you.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is true. I mean, that's just basic. That's just your, you get that pressure on the quarterback, and you just have the defensive line. It's just is what it is. All right. So looking at the offenses, I will say this though. What's that? The passing percentage? I got this thing. I got so much. I need to break. So really the passing percent wasn't that bad. The running game really wasn't that bad, but the defense, I don't know if y'all gonna be able to see this if so your passing yards per game in 2020 under Blake Baker.
Gerald Willis, that was the name.
Willis. Oh, Willis. Yeah, Willis. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, they were giving up an average of 233 yards, 334 yards in passing. I got to fix this. Oh, they were giving up almost 2 touchdowns a game. And the opposing quarterback was throwing a 63.3% completion ratio. All right. Rushing, they were giving up 4.5 yards of rush, and they were giving up 174.5 yards rushing per game. Now, I know a lot of the rushing is bloated because of North Carolina, but still, this is D'Onofrio numbers, dude. Okay. Oh, I think that, and I'm going to say it, I think that 2019 season, Baker kind of wrote a little bit of Diaz's leftovers. Okay. Daniel Stubbs. Yes, sir. I like this Drago dude. He may know something. But, I've always said Blake Baker is basically D'Onofrio's twin when it came to defenses. That's just me. And again, I understand 2020, it was a whole different thing. Crap, that's all the slides. I'll be damned. All right. Okay, well, that does conclude the 2020 season. Any final thoughts before we play everybody's favorite game? Any of y'all's opinions, summation?
The opinion is, should we have given Manny an extension after a 8-3 season, right? Or whatever it was. Because if we have a good season this year, I'm pretty sure we're going to extend Mario.
Well, let me ask you this question. Let me piggyback on that and add this dimension. Would Manny have been successful in 2020 if there was no COVID?
Yes.
Now remember,
I think they would have had a better record.
And I would agree with you, because I was going to say, remember, they were originally supposed to play Wagner, Temple, and Michigan State, along with UAB as out-of-conference games.
Right.
Which means they would probably not have played Clemson.
Correct.
Probably wouldn't have played Louisville, because you would have had Atlantic and Coastal. So basically, we would have had the same old schedule, but throw the Michigan State, which would have been at Lansing. They played East Lansing?
East Lansing, yeah.
Yes. You would have had them play it at Michigan State, Temple, Wagner, and UAB. Now, would it be bold? Would it be bold to say they may have gone 10-1? Maybe undefeated, 11-0, or they played 12 games?
No, they would have lost to North Carolina. I mean, we always lose to North Carolina. Or the thing is, we always lose to North Carolina or Georgia Tech, right? So I always have to throw that one in there. But
or better yet, baby steps, like you said, would they have won the ACC championship?
No, because Clemson was dominant. We would have been in the ACC championship game, right? This is the thing. If COVID doesn't happen, we have a good 2020 and then a better 2021.
Exactly.
If COVID, I'm just saying, if COVID doesn't happen, I think Cozy probably would have stayed.
Yeah.
Right.
Now again, I'm not blaming any of the downfall from then till. I'm not saying it's all COVID, but just something to think about. Just another what if scenario.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I'm just revisionist history. The two coaches that I thought got it wrong actually had it right, and that's Golden and Manning. And I thought Rick had it right, and he had it wrong. And I think Mario has it right, but hopefully I'm right about this one.
Well, it all depends on the on field. If you get a product on the field, all will be forgotten.
Nah, not with Mario.
But
if you see these fanboys, they all were every offseason. Oh, we got this 10-star recruit. I'm tired of this offseason and all these stupid recruits and portal players. Give me a top-ranked football team during the season. Give me a top 5 team. Now I don't give a damn about top 5.
Well, here's the thing, Cuban. And hey, Rue, I hate to keep leaving you out. I'm so sorry. But, regardless of how successful or unsuccessful this 2024 team is, you still got to deal with 2025. And what I mean by that is, no matter how successful, how many wins, how many championships, 2025, you don't have $1 million quarterback. And to me, I would rather have seen Mario take the Dabo route. And I hate to keep flogging a dead horse, but with all this instant success, there's an end game. You know what I mean? In other words, there's something afoot, but I hope not. All right.
So I mean, when it comes to that, are we building a program or we're just building a let's go a Yankees type of thing? Let's go win the championship this year. And
well, the Yankees were always famous for buying the championship.
Yeah, and say screw the farm system, right? I guess that's I guess I take a baseball mindset when it comes to sports is like make sure your farm system is always stacked and ready to go.
And that's true with anything, even like in business or whatever. You want to make sure everybody is trained up to where if somebody at top is out, you can just shift them up, no big loss. But or maybe this is just the new face of college football. I don't know.
I don't think so. Because this whole mercenary thing is not going to work. You can't unless you have you're going to have to pay each player $1 million each position. So you're going to need $44 million pretty much, give or take, every single year. And I don't think that a program is going to do that, pay $44 million.
Well, they're going to eventually have they're going to have to come out with a salary cap because, those schools, they're just not going to be able to continuously afford that. And I mean, the bigger schools, say like your Texas, your Alabama, your big schools, they could probably do something. But, what about your, UABs? What about your smaller schools, your Conference USAs? You know what I'm saying?
You better start putting SMU in that list. I keep telling people this will probably be the last year you disrespect SMU.
Oh no, SMU got deep pockets. They deep. SMU got that Dallas money. We talked about that. Yeah. Texas has that Austin money. SMU, dude.
SMU, that's on the state.
Yeah, they got the money. But,
one thing, there's a comment that Drago said. I understand the Dabarab, but Mario had to turn hometown recruits' minds around. Manning had the hometown recruits turned around as well. I mean, if you go back to the beginning of the show, this recruiting class that Manny got, he got the number one player in the state of Florida, the safety, had the number one running back, had the number 2 running back, right? It's not about the recruits. It's about the coaching and the development. You could get all the recruits if you want. If you can't coach them and you can't develop them, it does not matter.
And he had like 13 from the state of Florida. But anyway, the thing, and I've said it before, is you look at Texas. Oh, you got that right, Drago. But what I'm saying is, you take like your Virginia Cavaliers. How many 5 stars do they have on their team? How many top 10, top 5 recruiting classes has Virginia ever had? But they come out with that work ethic. They're going to come out there. They may not be the best, but they're going to give you 100% every time. Smash mouth, we're going to play you. Georgia Tech. And I'm not disrespecting the recruiting classes. I'm not saying that. But like the teams that have given Miami fits, because the majority of, like your Virginias and your Georgia Techs, your Dukes, Miami has better talent on paper. Okay. But it's getting that talent to function together, and it just fascinates me how, even like the old West Virginias in the Big East days, they just come out and you're the Super Bowl, Miami's the Super Bowl, and they coming out to get you with everything they got. They don't have an all-star coaching staff. They just get out there and get you. And that's one of the things that frustrates me with Miami, is that they have the talent, but it's like the whole football program's like, oh, we don't have to do anything this week, guys. We're Miami. They're Virginia. They're a smaller school. We're better than them. We'll just go out there and beat them. That's what I feel like. They play, and for some reason, Miami has always played to the level of their competition, whether it be up or down. I mean, unless it's Clemson. But I don't know. Again, this is just talk until we start getting, if things get back on track, it'll be okay. All right.
Hold on. Are we going to the patio?
We are.
No, we are to the patio talk, Jordan. I still have it in my notes.
I know that. We ain't getting there yet.
Okay.
We ain't getting there yet, but we are. We're getting there, but we're not getting there yet. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all know what time it is. It's time to play everybody's favorite game show. All right. Upgrade. Downgrade. Now, here's the thing. I'm going to give you, I'm going to let you know this now, that on this 2020 roster, there were only 6 people drafted, or 6 people went to the NFL off this roster right here. Y'all want to know who they were?
Who?
Brevin Jordan, Jalen Phillips, Quincy Roche, Rousseau. Well, no, Rousseau wasn't on this, but
no, but he still got drafted.
Yeah. You know? Jonathan Ford, Mallory, and DJ Abbey were a few years later. But yeah, that's all from this roster that was drafted. Okay. Let's start with the quarterbacks. What you got, Hey Roo?
I guess I'd say this Derrick King about the same as Cam, I guess. Tyler and Cozy better backups than Emory and them. So I go with this quarterback room. Yeah, upgrade.
What about you, Cuban?
Don't even ask
I
me.
let Cam come out here and throw for 4,000 yards, 30 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, then we'll be totally wrong, I think.
Now again, I mean, De'Eric had a great season in 2020. He had a very good season. He only had 6 interceptions. There was sacked only like 20, 30 times maybe, but it's just
defense gave up.
Defense. Yeah. So, and I agree with you. I would take, because De'Eric and Cam, in my opinion, cancel each other out. It's just Cam's a little bit taller, but that dang De'Eric, boy, I tell you, that dude could play. So I'm taking 2020 as an upgrade to quarterback. All right. Running backs. What you got, Cuban?
2020 running backs next.
All right. Hey, Roo.
John Jalen. We got the Damien guy. I don't know, hard for me. Chaney stayed hurt. We didn't get the real Don Chaney. It was looking promising, but never really got him. Jalen Knight, a fumbleowski.
Yeah, he did. He did.
It was nice, though. He had that nice speed.
Not this year. Not this year, though. He didn't have. He only had fumble. He
yeah, but he ain't running good this year either. Though I was looking at his stats, I was like, damn, he ain't really.
Because he was in the main back. He was a number 3 back.
No, so that surprised me. Actually, I assume he'll go over there and start. So it may not be as good as we thought. I mean, he was fast. That's probably why we ain't seen that speed like that running back in a while. Nah, I'll take our running back this year, man. It's a close.
Yeah. Who's the back? Excuse me. Who's the back running back?
Man, we got so many.
No, give me a name.
Shit. I like AJ Allen just as good as probably Robert Burns and Jalen Knight.
I love AJ Allen as well, but AJ Allen only played 1 or 2 games last year. And I thought he was the best running back.
Donald, yeah, and that's the problem. Donald only playing a few too. We got a few bursts out of him, like, ooh. But I mean, last year was truly the most that we've seen in Don, like consistently get as many carries, and then he transferred on us. That kind of hurt me. Because I was really a Don Chaney fan. I was like, okay, Don, you're going to be the featured back next year. You and Lil Fletcher. I thought, matter of fact, they would have featured him more this year than Fletcher. I didn't understand that. Okay, Fletcher good and all that, but why isn't Don Chaney right there, really? So that part kind of baffled me. So if he go to Louisville and put up like 1,000, 1,200 yards, I'm gonna look at Mara like, man, well, you was tanking last year. You would have had him in there, man. We probably I don't know what he was doing. No, it's close though. And then we got some dudes coming in, don't we? Hold on, let me look at this damn roster, man. Let me look at it, man. I'm sorry, y'all.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Oh, well, you still got that Chris Johnson guy.
Oh yeah, Chris Johnson.
You got that Hellcat dude.
To me, that's like a Knighton knockoff. Like you could cancel them out to me. But Knighton showed more on the field. I say that. So we don't know if Chris Johnson can even make it to Knighton level. But you're right. I'm seeing absence of running backs on this down. Chris Johnson Jr., AJ Allen, and okay, we got a little freshman Chris Williams Humphrey. Look all right. And the way your boy running, he might be better than all that. I'll stick what I said, man. I'm like 20, 24. Close.
Now for me, if Harris had an offensive line similar to 2024, 2023, Cameron could run.
Yeah.
He could run. If I mean in second, and also I don't know if Manny was, I mean, because if you know in 2020, he didn't get as many touches as he normally did like in 2019. But, you know, Cameron is a good back. He was a good back. He was not really a drop-off from Homer. But, you know, if you take Cameron and put him in today, I think he does better.
I don't know. I don't know.
But
it depends. Are you talking about Tyler Van Dyke or are you talking about Cam Ward?
Well, we got to go with Cam Ward.
I can't. The reason why I don't know because with Tyler Van Dyke, the defenses were stacking up to stop the run.
True.
Right.
But I mean, as far as just run, I mean, because I understand all the variables. I understand, you know, with Cam Ward, he may, you know, RPO or whatever they're going to do. He may take off and run the ball, and the receiver may not, running back may not have a chance. But again, that's why it's like De'Aaron King and Cam Ward are so similar. Okay, I'm not saying they're going to run the same. We're going to run the same kind of offense like they did in 2020, but with Cam and De'Aaron being very similar, you know, I'm sure that Martinez is going to be utilized somehow. But I'm just saying, as far as Cameron goes, if he had the offense, if he had a better offensive line than what he was stuck with, he could have done better. Hey, it's Cam 23. Isn't that y'all's favorite guy over there on the round table?
Yeah, that's him. That says Mars the greatest thing to slice bread. But this is so when it comes to the running game this year, that 2020 year, I don't think it was the line, it was the designs. Because if you remember, because it's funny, me and you talk, baby. Me and Devin used to go back at it because he used to call him Rhett cut the check. The problem with that, with back then, is Rhett had one running play, running through right through the middle. Every play was running. It's like there was no counters, there was no toss, there was no stretch. It was strictly just run it down the middle. And I think the only reason why we had any positive running plays is because we spread people out and there was nobody in the box, and it's like if we beat 5-5 blocking, then we're good. But I don't think it was the offensive line issue. I think it was more of a running play issue. Because if you just look at the highlights, it was every single play through the middle. If it was 3rd and 1, we knew we were going right in the middle.
That RPO, and then but And Drago brings up a good point that Chaney had an injury that wouldn't heal, or he kept getting re-injured, and that's a very, very good point. You know, and I look at it, I mean, we're talking 2020. Okay, we're not talking 21, 22, whatever. You know, again, Jalen kind of dropped the ball here and there every so often. But
no, he did not this year. Everybody's Jalen's issues. Jalen's issue began when 20, 21, 22. It was 22.
I mean, I'm not saying he was a fumbleitis guy in 2020, but he did. But then again, I mean, him and Chaney were freshmen. True freshmen.
How many fumbles he had this year?
In 2020?
I mean, he had a good year this year. It was that last year. The next year before he transferred. The first year. I want to say.
Yeah, that's the thing is everybody is looking at what happened when
final results is
he didn't have a fumbling problem. He had a fumbling problem his last year.
I'm not saying he had a fumbling problem.
Don't scream at me, Jordan. I'm getting mad at you right now.
Don't get mad at me.
I'm joking.
Don't get mad at me. Don't make me unleash Cam 23 on your ass.
Let his ass come in on here too.
Nah. No, I'm not. Okay. In 2020, I'm not saying Jalen had a fumble problem, but he did have some fumbles. But what I'm getting at is,
let me call you out here.
He had that one fumble against that first play against Duke, I think. Again, I'm not saying he had 30 fumbles. He probably had a couple. Okay, but that's not the moral of the story. What I'm getting at is I'm just kind of thinking out loud. As much as I enjoyed and love watching Cameron run, you know, based on all the variables in the equation, I have to go with 2024. So I have to go with the running backs as a downgrade in 2020.
Let me see what that is.
All right. Wide receivers. This is going to be good.
This one easy for me. I cannot do D. Wiggins and Pope. I'm sorry. Okay, he did good. This one was this Rambo year?
No, Rambo's next year.
No, next year.
Oh well, that was their only hope. Redding, okay, Keyshawn Smith was Shaq's promise. He showed promise, but Peyton couldn't get his motion together. Jeremiah Payne, he from Jacksonville. I was in the house with this dude. This dude was at my friend's house that stayed kind of across the street from me. And we had a little cookout. He was over there, Jeremiah Payton. This was when he was still a Hurricane, too. But I don't know what did
you get it? You get his autograph? Did you get a photo with him? Did you get him to sign your hat?
I think I got a video somewhere of us in there. But I ain't autograph, dude. Really.
Were y'all stretching in the street with no shirts? Hey, speaking of which, if you was out there with no, you could have been dunking a basketball goal, and we could have gave that to Shad. I'm joking. Back on point.
Yeah. So this is a downgrade, bro.
This is tough because
it is tough.
You can't say downgrade because this is from the quarterback perspective, right?
No, this from drop classes. I will never forget the D. Wiggins and Mark Pope era.
Yeah, but they didn't drop this year. They dropped the next year.
I don't know, bro.
No, they dropped. That's why they didn't start next year, because they were dropping. This is the thing is, we're looking at this as revisionist history. Wiggins was a beast that year. What he did against Florida State.
Never a beast.
He was a beast that year.
We'll go pull up his stats. He's never a beast.
He was. I'm not sorry. Excuse me. Not a beast. He played good that year.
Okay, he played good.
My bad. Who the guru? I didn't mean to say it like
that. Maybe.
I didn't mean to offend you like that. Who the guru?
A beast.
He did good. Let me see here.
He went to Louisville and disappeared.
Yeah, we're talking about the current time. I'm sorry.
That's one of the reasons.
He was. Yeah, he did. I mean,
a beast won't disappear nowhere.
Let me see.
Hang on, I'm looking.
He was second in touch.
You looking?
Well, 4?
4, yeah.
Y'all talking about receiving group, right?
Receiving.
I mean, he got okay. A nice little. He went trash that year.
31 catches, 358 yards.
Okay, that's freshman number. That's freshman number, man. You're a junior.
Yeah, okay.
You're talking about who y'all talking about? I was trying to pull up these numbers.
Wiggins.
Yeah, Wiggins had 358 yards, 31 catches, 358, 3 touchdowns.
You 6'3", you the biggest receiver out there.
How many drops did he have? Can you see the drops?
I don't know about drops.
Yeah, they don't really keep them stats on the little thing. You got to go dig deep with them.
1 second.
I mean, and honestly, Pope had 33 catches for 403 yards and only 2 touchdowns. I mean, Harley had the 57 for 799 and 7 touchdowns. So, but you also have to remember they utilized the tight ends during 2022 also. 2020 also. See what I'm getting at?
Oh, let me see. Look, so I'm looking at D. Wiggins. He got better. All right, first year 7 catches, 20, and then 31. Right? Yeah, I see.
Slow progression. He just really bad all years. 30. Okay, that was the best impression. He should have had that as a freshman. Went from 30 to 40 to 50, something like that. That would have been a little bit better, but
this is hard. This is difficult. I mean,
it's easy for me. This is trash. Mike Harley Knight and Xavier Serpo is what on this? A freshman?
How could you say it's trash when this offense was a real good offense? This offense was putting up 40 points.
Remember, again,
I told that COVID year is fake.
No, I don't think it was fake, man.
I think it was just like the 2017.
But you also have to remember, Brevin Jordan and Will Mallory were an intricate part of the passing attack. Unlike today, and the running backs. Unlike today or this day and age, how many catches did a tight end have? Like 3. You know, I'm just throwing that out there just to kind of keep things in perspective. I mean, honestly, I don't know if I would have, because of the fact that the tight ends were utilized more, and you had 2 of them in 2020.
You couldn't help but you tight end. They would drop shit.
But I think, like I said, I think the drops were not this year. The drops were the next year.
Man, them boys were dropping passes all throughout, man, and error.
I mean, I'm going to have to say that 2020 was a downgrade, and it's tough. And the only reason why I say that is because, like I said, you got Brevin and Will Mallory catching balls out the back. It's tight end.
Yeah, but that's tight end. That's different.
Yeah,
receiver wise,
you got to give them points for they tight end. They so bad.
Yeah, no, what 2024 is better because I'll give me George and Restrepo over anybody that we got now, especially George.
I like Isaiah Horton over D. Wiggins.
But we can't do that for the guru. We haven't seen Isaiah Horton play yet.
Hey, I've seen enough of him to say I'd take him over D. Wiggins.
Man, we do that every year in the spring. You know, it's like, hey, this guy's a beast in the spring, and when it comes to the regular season, like Jeremiah Payton was one of them. Jeremiah Payton was like, oh, I ain't
never. Yeah, I did see him. He looked it okay.
Yeah.
But I remember Rambo in the preseason. I said, boy,
Rambo was having drops during spring practices. You forgot about that.
I remember spring game. He caught about 6 in a row for a touchdown, leading and drove down the field. I said, "Ooh, that boy, that's nice."
But he was dropping.
The spring game does not count.
Well, that's who the guru is using, right? So I'm just using his debate against him.
But now, I mean.
But yeah, but what Studio said, yeah, I'd rather would take. You know, he's rarely right, but I got to give him on this one.
Yeah,
I would.
I agree with him.
The young gun a little way promising than that.
I agree with Haver. I mean, I'm taking.
I know we can't do this, but if we take that Xavier, George, and Horton and put them on this offense, what is this offense doing
in 2020?
If you put, they getting off.
Yeah, they're breaking records. Because I mean, you see what happens next year, right? When you have two, you know, when your receivers do good, they break records with this offense.
Let me ask you a question. If you had a chance to have Ray, Carr, the little JoJo,
I've never seen
Bobby Washington, the little Washington, them four.
I never seen him play.
D. Wiggins.
I never seen
basically all 6 receivers at the top.
I mean, I think you forgot about Keyshawn Smith was getting the hype. Dazzlin Warson was committed to Bama. Xavier was, went to Deerfield with Rooster, right? These guys were getting I hate saying this again. It's rinse and repeat. Every time we get a new recruit, they're the best thing since sliced bread. I mean, if you think about Pope was the number 1 or so top 3 receiver in the nation.
Yeah.
And when you come to Miami, I don't know what's wrong. I don't know if it's the water, but when you come to Miami, you just don't perform. You don't perform the same way that everybody,
look at Jeff Thomas the year before.
Yeah, Jeff Thomas, right? I'm Studio. The thing is, I'm just sorry. I'm tired of these names when they're second and third strings, but when they're first string, they don't pop up or show up. There's very few guys. I can't put Restrepo or Jordan on that list because they were that dude.
He's been playing good, boy. I don't know
who.
Ever since we've been getting Kevin Beard, boy, I see he's been playing good, boy.
Yeah, but these are 3 stars. We're talking. You're talking about guys with 4 stars or top 100 recruits. We haven't had a good top 100 receiver that has been good here. Ray Ray's one of them. And if you really think about it, if Ray can't pass Restrepo, you got a problem. I'm sorry. Right? It's especially at the receiver position. If you cannot pass
that is a problem though. Because you never know who's gonna be great.
Well, but no, this is the thing. If you are a high 4 or 5 star, top 100, you are supposed to take a Xavier Restrepo position. Xavier Restrepo
was underrated.
I don't give a damn how underrated he's not.
Was he really a 5-star?
Huh?
Well, Restrepo was really a 5-star, and
Restrepo was a 3-star.
I'm saying, but they don't get it right every time. Those recruiting people.
Yeah.
But you know why I say that though? Because I remember Sly Johnson got on somebody program. I forgot who was the receiver coach, and he coached Jeremiah Smith. He coached Restrepo. He coached a lot of them. He said, "Man, Restrepo, they could never cover him, bro. Like when he was legit and all that. So he just had something about him that was just natural elite. Like you might have a track athlete that's skinny. Well, he ain't big and strong, but he blazing fast for some reason. He's just born with just elite speed.
Yep.
He might just be a little born with that elite. I just know how to get open. You can't cover me. I'm gonna shake and bake you. I mean, we can't deny that from him now, man. We still want to box him in there. Oh, he's a 3-star. So we want this 5,000 taking position. Maybe they got it wrong. And apparently so. Because he's going to be a first-round draft pick.
No, he's not. Stop that. He's not going to be no first round. You got to run. Because you got to run a 4.4.
After he get 1,000 more yards this year, all you got to do is get a few more touchdowns than last year.
He is Rambo. Rambo didn't get drafted in the first round. So I ain't want to hear that.
It's a little different.
What's the difference?
Jay Restrepo, one of them good guys, one of them credible and, cross all the dots and cross all the T's and dot all the I's. He's one of those, upstanding. The league loves stuff like that, man. I bet you.
But don't think about the thing about
still in the league.
But if not so much Restrepo trying to get the 40 speeds or the stats or stuff, but if you're an NFL team and you need a receiver, are you going to take a receiver from Miami? Or do you prefer to go to how does Restrepo compare against, these Alabama receivers, the Georgia receivers, Ohio State? You see where I'm getting at?
My question is, when was the last time a receiver that did not run a 4.4 below get drafted in the first round?
We assume he don't run a 4.4, but watch Xavier Restrepo.
Man, you can see in the field he don't run a 4.4. He does. He's not.
He don't look that slow to me. No, I don't.
He does. He does. Tell me one play that you seen that he pulled away from somebody where he caught the ball and he just outran everybody.
I ain't seen really none of our players pull away and break no long ones this year anyway.
Dang fucking dang. No, Isaiah Horton pulls away. He pulled away from the Texas A&M.
That wasn't no pull away.
He pulled away.
He caught a little ball. I mean, he pulled away.
George pulled away against Florida State.
Yeah.
George runs a 4.4.
DBs collided.
George got that speed.
DBs collided. I bet they about the same speed.
I don't want to interrupt. Where are we at?
We're wide receiver. We got stuck at wide receiver.
Excuse me. Was it Hayru's turn?
No, it was my turn.
I think it was easy for me. It was your boy turn.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Cuban.
I think we're all in agreement here. 2024 is a better group than 2023.
Yeah. Do we go ahead and just skip the tight ends?
You got to ask who the guru.
No, I like Brevin Jordan, Will Maurer. What's his name? Better than what Memorelli. Too bad. I like him. His heart condition or whatever. I mean, Royal got to show me he can do Brevin Jordan type stuff. And then I'll take Will Marvin over everybody else we got, even though Will Marley used to piss me off.
Yeah.
This is amazing. Wow.
Yeah, this is the 2020 Mallory. We're not talking about the 21 or the 22. We're talking about the 2020.
Yeah, no, I think we're all on the same agreement here.
Yeah. Now, as far as offensive line goes, I will not take this 2020 offensive. I'm going to say downgrade on offensive line.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Because
I know.
Well, before you go, who the guru? Because Zion was a true left tackle here. I don't think Campbell I don't think he even played this year.
Right.
Right.
I understand it's Zion, but I'm talking about
Zion played in that Florida game where we gave up 10 sacks.
This is not the year who the guru. This is the next year who were the guru.
He ain't played none this year.
Yes, he did play this year. He played. Yeah. Zion, and after this, Zion was projected to go in the first round. After this year, Zion was a projection to go in the first round. Rivers was okay. Gaynor was good. Scaife was horrible. Reed was horrible. And Jared Williams held his own on his side. The starting lineup was good. The backups were, this is my thing. Off this offensive lineman, based off this year, Zion Nelson was projected to go in the first round. All right. I don't see
I still couldn't understand why that was so.
Because he was 6'5" and he was agile. He didn't, after his freshman year, he didn't let him, he didn't Nobody could get a sack on his side. He wasn't good on run offense, but he was a good pass blocker. He was he was a great pass blocker. You couldn't get past him.
Oh my God, that's a myth. That sounds like the myth. Not a myth. Sound like the big hero. He saved. You couldn't defeat him. Not 100 men.
Hey man, listen. I'm not the one that's saying this. This is the NFL scouts are saying this about him.
Man.
The NFL scouts had him a first rounder for 2 years.
I remember that talk, but I don't remember that talk about it. They couldn't get past him.
You couldn't get. There's a reason why they had him that high. Studio.
Yeah, we slid that part in though. They couldn't get past.
They couldn't get past. Nah,
he had them big hands like that. Wow. Why we didn't notice that?
Well, you're not understanding. Is
like stay upright more than we had this impenetrable wall, Nelson.
Well, you got to think about it. You got to think about it. King didn't really get touched that much, right? The only time he got touched is when he would scramble and
life. He had to take off. He was running for his life.
Yeah, because he was a running quarterback. That's why. If you think about it,
I bet you if he had the line he had this year,
hold on.
He would have been back to picking shit apart. He had a nice arm.
Hold on. Do you know why? Do you know why TVD was good? The year that he took over as a freshman, because he didn't get touched. You know what I'm saying? Because Zion was over there. Zion was a good pass.
I don't know. We'll look at next year line. Next year line was probably better.
Next year's a whole different story.
I know, but
2021. But as far as 2020 goes, I'm in agreement with Zion. I'm in agreement. But from what I saw in the 2020 though, I just saw him get pushed back.
The thing that is tricky is I don't think they got pushed back. It was the run scheme, right? I mean, again, I know people won't do this, but if you look at the Rutgers game, we were getting our shit pushed in this year, and we quote unquote have a bigger offensive alignment. What's happening is when you have a spread offense, you have 5 people blocking, it's going to look bad, right? Versus now we have 7 to potentially 8 people blocking, right? And it's not going to look as bad. But if you have 5 people blocking and your quarterback is that efficient, I don't know, man. This is why I'm like, well, it's kind of tricky.
There were times when the opposing defense in 2020, they would rush 3 or 4 and still get some penetration in there.
Yeah.
But I think, honestly, dude, it's either way.
It wasn't necessarily the players as it was the scheme, dog. Because I used to see them always looking around, not blocking.
No. That's the wrong year. Because remember what Mallory said. This offense so easy. We have 5 plays. I know it. Everybody knew. This is the thing. This is why I like this spread offense, what we were doing back there, because it was simple. The players knew what they had to do when they got to the line, and let's execute, which man on man or straight up, right?
Mr. Highlight Man, I challenge you to pull up any game and watch the line. I guarantee you on one of those series, you're going to see several plays where they're looking around and don't know who the hell to block.
Man, I could do that.
It was so mind-boggling to me.
Mr. Huru the Guru, I could do that every single year with this line. I could, if I play you the Rutgers game, you're gonna be like, this is the worst offensive line I ever seen in my life. If I do
I'm talking about literally looking at Spade, bro. It be looking so bad.
But again, I mean,
I understand you holding on to your little Manning teams and stuff.
No, I'm not holding on to my Manning team. I'm just trying to be real.
What I can say though, I didn't never see the line getting out pushed. Like every time they block somebody, I ain't never seen them just get manhandled.
But this is the thing.
They didn't know who to block.
But this line was developed to be a finesse offensive lineman. It wasn't developed to be a Michigan, a student body left, student body right type of.
I would have preferred that because at least it would have been a simpler scheme. Just block the man in front of you.
We had that the past 2 years, and look how it's looking like. What are you talking about?
I mean,
the two
we have
but
the running
right,
backs
look at
have
that
some good carries now. We had some good running game looking.
When we had a good running game.
Here.
Excuse me?
You don't think our running game was pretty good?
When was the last time we had when was the last time we had a good running game?
We had 3 running backs, 100 yards a couple of games. We had good yards per carry average. Dante looked the best he ever looked. Henry Perry was looking pretty decent. Aiden Allen was looking decent. Fletcher running it. Well, freshman, he had hold. He was busting through some holes. I mean, we looked pretty good.
I mean,
Jordan,
what was the rushing stats this year? What did this team do 2020?
Let's see. Rushing stats. Cameron Harris had 708 yards. I'm sorry. Cameron had 643 yards. De'Eric had 538. Cheney 322.
In there like that. Well, okay.
Knighton had 209.
Yeah, man. I again, this is I think.
I mean, sacks. Well, it's hard because Derek King was hard to sack him.
Yeah, he was running. That's why. That's why this is a little bit confusing because, yes, if you put this line right to the 2024 line, they're going to look horrible, right? Because it's just the blocking scheme. Same thing for Ghostful. If you put this year's line back then, they would not be able to go up tempo because I was going to say a bad word because they're effing slow, right? It's like they're slow and they're methodical, and it's like you can't keep up with the speed, right? This line was built for speed and no huddle, and it's like it was just always we didn't huddle. You know what I'm saying? So this is difficult for me. This is difficult because now we're going into scheme. This is the first time since 1991 that we went to a spread offense, quote unquote, right? Because that's what Erickson had. Erickson had a spread offense, a single back. Sorry, he had a single back offense. So this is the only time in our program history we had a spread offense.
So are you going to answer the question or are you going to keep stalling?
I am going. Unfortunately, I have to go again. When I don't know the answer, I resort to what the NFL tells me. So we have one first-round offensive lineman here. We have a John Campbell was drafted. So I have to go with this line, unfortunately.
And this upgrade,
good.
This upgrade downgrade getting harder as we get closer to the present, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you bring up a good point about the schemes and stuff. I mean, it's an excellent point. Excellent.
It proved to me COVID year was fake because the line trash, the receiver trash, the running back okay, and the QB is.
The scheme was amazing. That's the whole thing. That scheme was amazing.
It's a valid point. Valid point. All right, so defense.
1 second. This is why you could get average players with the good scheme. You can make it look amazing. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
As long as you have a COVID year, that'll be back.
No, the next year we did the same thing too. So I don't want to hear it.
It took us to going a little semi-street, but we started out looking shaky.
No, we didn't start off looking shaky. We just played Alabama, and then Mallory didn't want to catch the ball. That's it. We'll go to next week.
Oh, yeah.
Join the show next week, Mr. Who the Guru, so we can go over it.
Oh yeah. All right, so
defensive line.
We'll take the whole line, ends and tackles.
Give me 2020.
Jalen Phillips, who that is again? Jahar Farr.
Jonathan Ford. Quincy Roche.
Excuse me just a second.
Oh, all the tackles?
I mean, no, he said the whole defensive line.
Jordan Miller, Nigel Robinson. Quincy Roche. Oh, okay, yeah.
So who you got?
I have to go this year, the 2020.
Oh, I thought you said 2024. I'm like, you must be smoking that shit right now.
No, cause I got John Ford, Jalen Fields, Knight, man. All right, Elijah Robinson for SMU.
Yeah,
Jordan Miller at SMU right now, balling.
Yeah, I think Elijah led the AAC in sacks last year.
Quincy Roche. Yeah, I'll take this year's. I mean, 2020s.
Jordan?
Oh, most definitely 2020's upgrade. Easy. And that's even without Rousseau on the field.
When they got.
And of course, a lot of that for me is because other than Bain, we don't know what's going on. I mean, you hear names, but we don't know.
But even I don't know if Bain will ever be as good as Jalen Phillips.
Me neither. Not yet.
No, I don't think Bain's max. I don't think the best that Bain will do will ever match the best that Phillips will do.
I don't know. Did Bain got a chance to match it?
I don't think so, man. You understand? I don't think people forget how great Phillips was, man.
It was all right, but if you would say your boy Rousseau when he had about 16 sacks, then half of the year, that's a different story. But Jalen Phillips, he was a fast guy, stay hurt. I mean, he's doing good in the NFL. Both of them doing good, but I think Bain could get him. He ain't do nothing amazing. How many sacks he had? About 5 or 6.
Yeah, I just got to see Bain with no defensive tackle help, no Leonard.
Yeah, kept Courtney. Y'all, we didn't have no defensive tackle help.
No, when Leonard Taylor left, right when Leonard Taylor got hurt after that Florida State, they triple team Bain and Bain just disappeared.
But you
man, I mean, if you require 3 men, then that's good.
Hey, that's what's gonna happen
what's
now.
What's going on with your other men? If I got 3 men over here blocking me, what y'all doing?
But Studio, that's what's gonna happen the rest of his career, unfortunately.
But they can't do that for him in the NFL. Maybe it will, but if that's the case,
we're talking about college. We can't do that.
Okay, well, if that's the case for college, then whoever's on the side of them should eat.
That's the ideal.
That's what you would think.
That's what you would think. Exactly.
You know, if 3 out of the 5 are blocking 1 of the 4, I mean, somebody's available.
Right, because if you think about it, they were doing it last year, and the person opposite side of Bain didn't do anything. Bain was holding it down for everybody, right? So now he's getting even more attention. On the opposite side needs to help out, and that the sad part is I don't know who's on that opposite side.
All right, what about the linebackers?
That's not a question. Let's just move on. 2024. You and I could be playing 2024. I would never pick this. No. This is why Manny got fired.
Yeah. Oh. Hey, Rue.
Oh, yeah. I agree with y'all.
Okay. I want to go ahead and just say, as far as defensive backs, 2020 was a downgrade.
You hate this group. And I have to, the only saving grace here is Bubba Bolden.
Yeah. And he ain't play all that. He ain't play his full potential to me.
And it's not a talent thing. I say the 2020 has more talent on paper.
I don't think so.
Unfortunately, they weren't developed. They weren't coached right. But with I just, from what I saw on the highlights and everything else, I
like the Isaiah Johnson. I hated he left.
Yeah.
He was too slow.
But
he was good enough. I mean, he wasn't. We've been having no speed lately at cornerback. He had some coverage skill that I haven't seen. We got to learn to play some press man. I just think we forgot to do that at Miami. I think DJ Ivy would have been a lot better. Would have played that. James Williams would have been a lot better. I seen that game. I forgot it was Louisville. One of them games. James Williams was on the line playing press man. I said, man, that is what you should have been doing your whole career.
Instead of giving him a 15-yard cushion.
Yeah, I would have had him on the tight. Excuse me. I would have had him on the tight ends, man. Press cover. They biggest.
Oh, I got a trap for you.
I took a hit of this J, man. Excuse me. I would have had him press cover, big receiver, whoever they know more receiver, get on him, James Will, press him. Because he got them hands on him. I said, oh, man. Now I started to respect him a little bit when I seen him play that. But they never did it again.
I got a trap for you guys. So,
uh-oh.
You guys pretty much said that the 2024 roster is better than the 2020 roster, right?
I can't tell you who's on it, but
you guys said majority of the, so 2020 roster.
No, 10 wheels or more. That's just proof, right?
Yeah, I got you. 2020 roster only lost 2 games. I'm expecting nothing but better than that, according to Mr. Who the Guru and South Coast King.
Well, we already confirmed the 12-0 season.
I said 12-0, but we so cannot lose no more than 2 games this year. That's because Who the Guru, it's official, it's stamped. Who the Guru and South Coast King said that the 2024 roster is better than the 2020 roster. So
you sneaky little bastard. Sneaky.
No, I will say, like I said, it was a COVID year. I believe it's a fake year. It's a little bit over value as far as the performance.
Still a championship. No, I'm saying that still games were still played, so it counted. Scoreboard was kept, so yeah.
No I mean, in a way, we talked about, Cam and De'Eric basically one and the same, except one's taller than the other. Except one didn't fumble as much as the other. And, 2020, they utilized the tight end a hell of a lot more. I think in this coming season, we'll kind of get a better idea of what Dawson's or whoever's offense, what they're going to do. I would have loved to have seen Lashley as an offensive coordinator at Miami this year. See what he'd have done with this talent. I
don't know. But Mario Meadows in.
And that's what I was going to say. I just don't know.
I just want to see Dawson Louisville or Dawson Texas A&M, and I'm all right.
I don't talked about this a while back, but they talk about they want to be more like the Big Ten, okay, but yet you're setting up your team. You bring in the $1 million quarterback, the who knows how much running back. You got these receivers, but something ain't jiving, bro. It's like you got the coach talking about wanting to do this. You got the offensive coordinator talking about going vertical. And I don't really give a rat's ass what they do. Just figure out your damn identity. If you want to run the ball like the Big Ten, run the ball like the Big Ten and make your team set up like the Big Ten. That's just my thing. That's my thing.
Yeah, I'd be all right if the coaches came out and just said straight up, yeah, man, we just trying to get better. We just trying to get better. All this old extra rhetoric, we going vertical, we're running, we won't do none of that. That's part to piss you off too.
Right. Exactly. If you want to run, go big, go big. If you want to go arena football, go arena. I don't care. Just find something and stay with it. But anyway, I digress. So yeah, that's yeah, we about our usual almost 4.5 hours.
It's after
so
hours,
yeah.
Jordan. Let's go. It's after hours. We came here for the real show, Jordan. It's after hours.
I know that. So does, in honor of Shad, anybody y'all got last words y'all want to talk about? Any last words, any last thoughts before we?
I mean, we literally got a month in about 2 weeks and camp starts, so that's gonna be right around the corner for you. I know I can't kind of wait to track season, because it's been a long grind. Boy, I ain't even want to go to practice today. I'm like, I'm coach now. I can't even skip practice. I'm tired, I cook, clean, working. I did y'all right. I think I worked out a little bit hard then. I got tired.
Well, you were out in the middle of the road, half naked, stretching.
Like I'm used to. The energy don't be the same. But we'll know a little more. I challenge us to do a quick review, not necessarily go back through the whole stats, but let's say after first scrimmage, camp, right? August, whatever. Let's take a quick run back through this upgrade, downgrade. Just a quick run through. We'll know who did what. We'll have a more projection of our defensive line starters, running backs, and we'll know receiver depth. Does one of these freshmen take Restrepo position finally, like everybody wants? See if there's anything we like differently.
You got anything, Cuban?
Who the guru was wrong. I proved him wrong once again. He said that Kyrie was going to be the greatest player. Well, he said Kyrie is the greatest player ever, on the face of this earth, and I had to humble him, and I'm gonna humble him again when it comes to the season again. 12-0, and yeah.
All right, so now, hey Rue, whenever the official depth chart comes out, I'm talking the official from the athletic department, we can do whatever. We can go through it. We can check it out. We can do rise of the fall, all-time upgrade, whatever. But we have to have the official. We have to have the official depth chart from the athletic department in the media guide or whatever in order to keep everything up and up. That way we're not comparing apples to oranges. It's apples to apples. But yeah, the 2020 season, yes, it was the COVID. A lot of crazy things going on, but a lot of crazy things were going on for everybody, all the teams. Kind of wish they'd have played a little better defense. It's one thing to get to do that stuff when you're playing the Dukes and the UABs and so forth, but you got to keep it up against North Carolina. So, again, thank y'all so much for stopping by. Great having Cuban and Heru on with us live talking. Drago, I don't remember seeing you here before, but I'm glad.
Hold on,
Hey, what?
You're not calling those people out that you said
Did you not? If you really watched it, it's after the outro.
Oh,
and then we go into the unfiltered.
Got it.
Okay. All right.
My bad.
It's okay. I mean, I've been flapping my jaws for 4.5 hours. Yeah, I kind of like to decompress for just a few minutes, and then we'll get into it.
Got it.
But anyway, Drago, forgive me if I mispronunciate it, but I don't remember seeing you here, but I really enjoyed having you here. Great perspectives. Even Cam 23, man, look, I know you get a hard time over there at the round table. Might get a hard time here. I don't know. But it was good having you here because
Cam 23.
it's it's your first time and you subscribe. Well, I appreciate it, Drago. You're in for a treat, buddy. But no, seriously, Cam 23, I know your opinion and your perspectives may differ or vary from what most of these cats may say, but that's okay.
And we appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, we're not here to, or at least over here on my channel. I don't know what kind of shenanigans Shad and all them do, but but I mean, if we differ in opinion, that's okay. We just differ in opinion. If you have facts and evidence to back your opinion up, great. If Cuban has facts, or Shad or Kayru or me, as long as you can prove your opinion, cool. We don't go off of, thoughts, theories, feelings, the CCC, Kane's insider said, or so-and-so said. No, we don't do that. We like to go by numbers and facts, because if you pull out a number or a fact or anything like that, hey, bro, you're right. I am so sorry. I was wrong. You're right. But yeah. Who else was here? I know Phil was here. QB was here. QB hung in for a little while. He had some good stuff to say. Appreciate you coming by, Phil. QB. Miss Katie probably said, screw y'all, man. I got to get up and feed them cats on the dunes, man. But all right, so it looks like probably next we're probably going to do episode 18 2021, probably be next Wednesday. The way it's setting up is we'll probably do it Wednesday of next week, and then probably because we start getting into 4th of July. I think I might do it that day after 4th of July, the 5th. And I think that we may be wrapping up around about mid-July. So anyway, that's really all I have. Again, thank y'all so much for stopping by. Drago, appreciate you subscribing. Always good to have a fresh meat in the chat. But all right, so I'm gonna hit this outro. I'm gonna catch a quick break, and then we're gonna have South Coast Kane Unfiltered. is now time for the unfiltered. Then took my hat off, turned the lights off. So here's the thing. First off, I've been thinking about. I don't want to throw any names out because I'm a type of person. If I have a problem with somebody, I'm going to go to that person. I'm not going to just air out laundry on here. Okay. But here's what gets me. Here's what gets me. And again, this is not anything. I'm not pissy. I don't care. But one thing I have noticed just from me doing all this is that, two things that have really kind of bugged me, but I don't care because I'm going to do what I do. I'm going to do it how I do. I'm going to do it the best way I see fit because I'm not doing this to impress anybody. I'm not doing this to make money. I'm not doing this for anything other than the sole purpose of enjoying the fellowship and the perspectives of those of you folks who come on and talk with us. I started all this under the guidelines, if you will, of it's kind of like, we just sitting on the patio. We're sitting around the table, sitting around the barbecue pit. The music's playing, just chilling, having a good time. But I've noticed two things, and it kind of disturbs me, but it is what it is, that you have some of these, you have some channels out there that, as long as you're, giving money, as long as you are, filling the coffers, then you are acknowledged. You are part of the family. And I have a problem with that because, and I understand if you have a bigger channel, if you have, a couple hundred people on there, say like a Coach Hayes, if you have a couple hundred people on there, it's going to be hard. But, when you have people that have, been part of the shows for a while, and then all of a sudden, some new kid or something comes along and starts just throwing money at you. You start giving them attention. It's cool. It's fine. I don't care. I'm not upset with that. Second off, I really have an issue with this. And maybe I'm just barking at shadows. Maybe I'm making mountains out of molehills. I don't know. But I've noticed that, since we've started, especially with like the rise of the fall and with, like Cuban, you've been around for a while, the old rebuild, remodel question. But it seems like the participants, it seems like when, Shad started coming on, Heru or Studio One Live's been coming on, when I started promoting the channels that are on the Check It Out corner, if you've noticed, and it doesn't make a rat's ass difference, that is not a determining factor on why I have the Check It Out corner. But if you notice, most of the guys and girls that I relate with, the ones that I gravitate to, as I spoke about Sunday morning, let's be honest with ourselves. They're predominantly dark-skinned folks. Again, I don't care. I told y'all that the other day. I don't care. I gravitate towards people that I like, you know, and I make no apologies. I don't care. You know, it's like Shad. I know a lot of people probably think I have a bromance with him, but the thing with Shad is I saw one of his videos. Oh my gosh, it was one of them in his one of his truck videos. He was sitting there doing something. He made a video, and I'm like, I like this dude, you know? Oh, and I checked out some of his other ones, and I really liked the character of this guy. I like, as the old folks say, I like the cut of his jib, you know? I like how he thinks. So I started to, you know, view his stuff, started to interact with him on his channel. And here we are today. You know, Cuban. Dude, I had no idea what you were, how you were, who you were. I just knew this dude, Cuban Kane, had some excellent insights. He had some excellent points. You know, very, very intelligent person, whoever or whatever they were, if that makes sense. You know, and Cuban just happens to be dark-skinned. Didn't change anything. I still harass Cuban the same way. Even before I knew what he was. If that, you know what I mean. Yep. You know, and then, you know, you take Ike in Israel. The first time I'm like, who are these cats? First time I heard Ike in Israel, I'm like, my God, where have y'all been? I love this. I love this. I love what they bring to the table. Coach Hayes. The first time I hung out, I know that's not, you know, but the first time I hung out in the champagne room last year, I'm like, man, where have y'all been? You know, and it has nothing to do with anything but the people, the fun time. You know, you have some of these channels, the clientele that hangs out, they're just a bunch of pompous, intellectual, wannabe, know everything. I'm better than you because I went to school there. I'm better than you because, you know, I'm on a syndicated show or something, and y'all don't know anything, you know. But with the channels that I promote and the fine folks that I choose to associate with, I get a feeling that it has created a disturbance in the force vis-a-vis the not so dark channels. And apparently it rubs people the wrong way. And I don't care. I don't care. But it just fascinates me. It fascinates me how, you know, we're all talking about the same thing. We're talking about, you know, Miami football, Miami athletics. But yet, you know, if you don't march to the beat of their drum, then you're just not wanted here anymore. You know, Mr. Devin and Mr. Frank, I could hang out with them cats all day long. I love what they say. They say the truth. They say exactly what I say. You know? And no, we don't always agree. We don't always disagree. But the beauty of it is is the majority, if not all the folks that I promote, accept people for being people, you know? And I guess what I'm getting at is, you know, again, my quality of life, my way of doing things and doing what I do with my show, it's not determined by what the self-imposed moral majority thinks. That's not what I'm saying. But it really, it almost saddens me, because I feel like that I was hoodwinked. In other words, you know, we just got through talking about the 2020 season. All right. And, you know, during that 2019, 2017, yeah, I was a Kool-Aid drinker. I'm ashamed to admit it. I've learned from my mistakes. And that's one reason why I'm kind of, you know, the way I am now. But yeah, I fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. I was listening to these people on the YouTubes and stuff, and I fell for it. You know, and now, since, you know, I'm hip to the game and I see through it a lot easier, and that comes with associating with you fine folks who keep it real, you know. And I know what I know how, when it comes to Miami football and everything, I know how it is, but I fell for it. You know, that snake oil salesman came to town and I threw the $10 on the table and got my snake oil. You know, but never again. And it's amazing how when you're at that snake oil salesman convention and you say, that's not going to really work, that ain't right, you know, it's like, get out of here, we don't want you. Go hang out with those people you like to hang around with, you know? And it's really crazy, you know? And again, I don't care.
Could I give my 2 cents?
Please do. Please do.
Okay. Well, we're after hours. Jordan is not allowed. This is Cuban Kane words, right? He's not allowed to call people out. I'm at a point I just don't give a damn. So it's like Democrat and Republicans in the United States, right? This is where Cuban is going to get Cuban. So if you think about the Hurricane fan base, you have your white and your black fan base, right? Your white fan base consists of, and I know he's not white, he's Hispanic, but whatever. Your white fan base consists of Miami Flow, Cafecito, Kane's Inside, Gary Furman. If you think about it, they all think the same.
Yes.
To the dark side, the black side, you have your Coach Hayes, you have Utah, right? You have Ike and Israel. They're a little bit more critical. They don't believe in sunshine pumping.
Right.
One side, you know, if you want to bring color in, right? One side believes in everything is great, everything is golden. If it's horrible, believe it. The other side is like, you fooled me too much, and I'm not going to fool me anymore, right?
Right.
But if people want to use color, that's fine. The color side is, if you want to go to the color side, it seems like the white people, right? The white complexion is fanboy for whatever coach. It's not Mario. It's whatever coach is in. They're going to be a fanboy, and it seems like the black people are critical and just tired of the bullshit, right? So, especially when it comes to Jordan, has woken up a little bit and seen, all right, like you said, you're not going to get sold by the snake, the snake's oil salesman, right? And if people want to hold, this is one thing I've told you before, Jordan. If people want to be critical of you, oh, go join the black side. You're not being white. You don't need to. So you're a great person, man. You don't need to associate with people like that. For me, to be honest, it's been a little bit healthier. I have stopped listening to the Miami Flows, the Cafecitos, the Canes, and it's crazy. I used to be a huge Canes Inside sport guy. All right, I used to love this guy. I used to love D Money, but D Money, it's just he's just chill now, right? The only one that I listen to because they're the first thing in the morning, it's the Canes Sport because it's what's the funny part is you have Gary and Matt, right? Matt agrees with the black side of the community. So did Matt Shodell sell out, right? Because Matt is very critical of what me and Matt kind of think the same way. We are very critical of what Mario is doing, that Mario he's a recruiter, should stick to recruiting. But then you have the Gary Furman side, right? He's a little, I could also say like, hey, our white fan base is a little bit racist, right? I could also say that, right? It's like you guys didn't want to Corey Brown. You want to Corey Brown to move to wide receiver, so on and so forth, right? I could say the white side is being racist. Now, I don't know who's the people you're talking about. I have a guesstimation, but I'm not going to make a guesstimation here. But, it's unfortunately, this is America. And it's like, just you look at the Republicans and Democrats stuff, right? It's to me, it's disgusting. It's people are people.
Right.
I don't care if you're a MAGA, if you're Republican, Democrat. I don't care. I just care if you're a good person. All right, if you're a good person, we could go grab something to eat. You have your view. I don't go to sleep with you. I don't do nothing with you. It's like we hang out. If we have common interests, it's cool. Keep your races political. I mean, you see me recently destroy this Cuban race, and I'm a black Cuban. So if anybody's listening, like, I'm Cuban, but I'm black. I am. If you ever see me, you would think I'm a black person, right? There is a difference between white Cubans and black Cubans. I don't go into it unless I get pulled into it. If I get pulled into it, I'm going to cook you. Like the racist Cuban dude that you saw on Twitter, right? Like again, right? To me, it's disgusting, right? To be honest, Jordan, I hate our fan base. People ask me, hey, let's go watch. It's like I cannot go to a game with any Hurricanes fans. I just can't, right? Because I'm like, you guys don't know shit about football. And this is to get all, I troll here and there, but we're talking seriously, right?
Yeah.
Our fan base does not know shit about football. Our fan base relies on whatever creator or media outlet is out there and gets their information from. It's like, this is one word that I love that you use, discernment, right? Our fan base does not have discernment. You live in Louisiana. You live in a state where it's football heavy. You guys know football. So it's like, I don't like saying people know more, but it's like, I would have to respect your football knowledge over mine because your state does not play around when it comes to football, right? My state, my city, right? We do basketball, football. It's all around there. It's like we don't really show up to games like that. And this is like, we're not really a fanatical football.
Right.
But
and the thing, here's the thing though. And talking about the fans not knowing football and they just go by whatever they see on the social medias, and it's just you have a lot of them out there that want to sound smart and come up with some of the most asinine questions and topics and stuff, and then they just want to sound more Hurricane fan than you, you know, and you know, a lot of this, be honest with you, Cuban, a lot of this I've been thinking about that, you know, again, I'm just doing this YouTube stuff because I like it. I enjoy the fellowship. I enjoy the fine folks that I've met. I enjoy the perspectives. But you know, when we started this Rise of the Fall series, which, you know, I thought it was an excellent idea that you brought up. You know, I don't know if it's because this stuff that we go through is, let's face it, it's not exciting. You know, it's not, there's no dog and pony show going on in the background. There's no fancy sound effects. It's just me reading stats from previous seasons. And I've noticed that, you know, certain folks who were around before are not around now. And I'm hoping that it's just because it's the Rise of the Fall and it's boring and it's not exciting. Now, if it's anything else, that's their problem. You know what I mean?
This is my thing, Jordan. I'm big on this. History is recording, right?
Right.
And it's like, you know, history is recording, and the people that I do not want this, by the way. If we have a bad season, your channel is going to spike because it's like, man, these guys were talking the truth for the longest time, right? And it's like, when you speak to truth versus speaking to BS,
right.
you're going to lose people, right? Because because right now it's like, I don't think we're leaning on either side of this is horrible, this is great. It's like, no, we're calling it down the line. We're not telling you, hey, we're going to have an amazing season, we're going to have a horrible season. We're not telling you that, but there's other people that are selling you this. And what's going to happen is, like, the source that I was getting this from is a horrible source. Why am I even listening to this guy? Because this person does not know what they're talking about. You know, I was sold on this. You know, this is what happened to. I'm just telling my personal experience. I can no longer watch Kane's Insight because D Money was, you know, every season, this is going to be a great season. And then it sucked. And it's like, all right, you guys claims to be insiders and, you know, people in the program, right? You told me that hiring Highsmith will turn this program around, and Manny didn't know what he's doing because he didn't hire Highsmith. And it's like, all right, all that BS is through, and look what happened at the end of the day. At the end of the day, what I've learned, if you're not in the program, whether it's be Rick, Manny, Mario, Shannon, you do not know a damn thing was going on about the inside of the program. So if you call yourself an insider, or I was a scout and I know this recruit, or I don't give a damn. I use my eyes, and I tell you what my eyes see. And if you're trying to, you know, play the shells games with me, it's not going to work. Because let's say you're the greatest debater in the world. I have actual proof, the fact, what we actually seen, versus, oh, this was this because this. I don't want to hear that, you know. But you just have to let it's difficult, but you have to let history play. It's recording. History's recording. This conversation is being recorded, right?
Oh yes.
If we're dead ass wrong, it will come back, and I would love to.
We will have a special. We'll have a special. Hey, we were wrong.
Yeah.
You know.
Simple.
But see, my thing is, again, I'm not all upset because, you know, people aren't, you know, they've left. I'm not upset about that. I think it's just kind of concerning that I mean, and I hope it's not true that, you know, they come on, they see that I have Cuban, I have Studio, I have, you know, Shad. And then it's like, they just say, nah, I don't want any part of that, you know? And I really just hope it's because they just don't agree with the perspectives and don't really want to. I really don't feel like listening to that Cuban bullshit tonight. I don't feel like listening to that Shad. That's what I'm hoping.
Well, if that's the case, I mean, let's be honest. And if that is the case, I don't mind stepping down, you know, and just being a person in the comments, right?
No. We are not changing a damn thing. This is my show, my channel, my rules.
Right.
And if I don't, again, I'm not doing this to impress anybody. Okay. And what I'm getting at is, if those cats who were here before had decided that they don't want any part of this because of the on-screen guest, that's their problem.
Yeah.
It kind of breaks my heart that people act that way.
Oh, no, it doesn't break my heart. You know why?
Well, I'm just saying, because it's sad. It's really sad that that's how things, I mean, I know it is, but I'm just saying, how can, you know, it just baffles the mind that, you know, me, if I see somebody with a Miami hat or a Miami shirt on, I'm going to talk to them.
Right.
I don't care. I don't care who you are, how old you are. I'm going to talk to you. I'm going to say hello, what's up, yada, yada, yada. But it just baffles me how, and it's just human behavior, I guess.
No, for me, I appreciate people that way because I know where you stand and I know how to deal with you, right? It's like, you're a racist dude, you don't like black people, you don't like white people, great. I know where you're at and I don't rock that way, right? It's like,
but again, I don't Cuban, look, bro, I'm serious. You are always welcome. Anytime I'm live and I've remembered to put the link, dude, you're always welcome. If anybody has a problem with it, that's their problem.
Yeah.
You know, case in point, if I had a problem with having you or Shad or Studio or whoever, because let's face it, we've had some pretty good conversations.
Yeah.
There has been some great debates. There has been some great difference of opinions. There has just been great conversations, you know? And, you know, if I didn't want all that on my channel, I'd never go live.
Right.
But that's what we need more of, you know, like when I was, you know, I wasn't being sarcastic when I was thinking Cam 23.
Oh yeah, he's amazing. Yeah, I like him. I like the counter.
You know, we need to have differences of opinions. You know, just because, you know, if you think that Mario is the greatest coach in the world and that based on whatever, okay, cool. That's your opinion. We're not going to, I mean, we may rag you a little bit, but we're not going to, you know, we're not going to kick you out.
And that's a funny part, you know, like the doofus on what's you heard, right, Ben? That dumb, you know, it's like, hey, if you're gonna come at me, expect me to come back at you. If you're gonna get in your panties, like don't.
And see, and that's another thing that really I mean, I went off on this a while back, but how can you have that show with these prominent people on there that a lot of people watch and a lot of people suck that information in like a sponge, and you can't even talk about anything that happened before 2017 when it comes to finding the, you know, 4 players in the last 20 years that could start on this team. You know, and see, that's the bullshit, because to me, that is purposefully putting this narrative out there to where We don't want y'all to see what happened back then, because then you'll see there's some bullshit going on now.
This is my thing. I'm fine if you're like that. But if you're going to give it that way, make sure you could receive it in the same way. Right?
Exactly.
Don't be sensitive, because if you're going to be ignorant to one way, don't get in your feelings when you get proven wrong or whatever.
Right.
And that's just my thing. It's just like, stop being a little bitch and be a grown up.
Right.
And it's like, we're not going to all, I might like apples. You might not like orange. You're going to call me a dumbass because I like apples. Like grow the hell up.
Right.
What are we in middle school?
Exactly.
So,
but yeah, that's all it is. But I'm gonna keep doing what I do. I'm gonna keep doing what I've been doing, and if I have a problem with anybody, I'm gonna come to you and say, "Hey, bro, everything all right?" I'm not gonna just no more live streams. We're done. No, but I just don't. It's crazy. It's funny how that works. Because we've been doing this Rise of the Fall since February. And, before I did all that, I guess I've noticed a change in people since then, but it just kills me that, again, like I said, unless you're, giving the money away, or if you, stay in line with their
narrative
or people, you're okay. But other than that, it's like, well, we're not going to even acknowledge you. Okay, fine, cool. I don't care.
Like I said, it's funny because it's the if you want to call them the big guys, right? If you listen to what's the stupid guy's name? Miami Flow, right? When he was caned up. If you go to his first videos, guess who's on there like supporting him? Cuban is, right? All right. Coach Hayes, Kane's Insight. I'm usually there because I'm at work and I'm bored the majority of the time, and YouTube is my TV, right? But it's like I listen to these guys when they start off. They're very critical. They call it down the line, and then they get the call, and it's like, okay, now I have to behave, and it's like I need to stop. I'm not gonna say it's the word negative, but it's like I need to stop being critical because now I have different axes and my numbers are different, so it's like
and that's just because they getting paid to do it. So if you're getting paid to do these YouTube shows and monetize and all that crap, well, yeah, you want to make sure you keep everybody happy. You basically become a YouTube politician is what you do.
Yeah, and it's funny because it's like you cannot run that against me because it's like I kind of listen to everybody's show when they originally start because I like to support. If you have good content, I will support. But if you don't, because there are some people that have started their shows, and I'm like, it's not there, right? But I listen to majority of people's wholesome. I don't like wholesome either, right? But I used to listen to wholesome when there was nobody listening, right? And then you get a little popular, and then you get a little brand new. I don't, it's like the thing is like I could call a lot of people out if I really wanted to, right?
Yeah.
I don't got time for that,
Exactly.
But just keep being you.
Yeah. Again, I'm not upset. I don't feel slighted. I just really feel bad for those people because I used to interact with them a lot, and it is what it is. I don't care. I mean, what we're doing is working. It's fun, I mean, I'm up to, let's see, we're at like 78 subscribers. Might be 79 if Draco subscribed, but I would just love to have those 79 people all together with us and having good conversation. I would like to have to tell people, hey, you're going to have to wait to get on live with us.
Right.
You know, I want to see the I forget how many people I could have, 10 or 12. I don't know. But I'd like to have, you know, I would like to have crowd control on the live.
Yeah, I want different points of view. I want to hear other, you know, and just like because to be honest, like I don't know if I am thinking the right way, right?
Exactly.
I want to see if if you could convince me and make me think the way that you're thinking, right? I'm open to that mindset. It's like I'm not sensitive, I'm not soft. I like debates. I like listening to people. Right.
And that's it's like I told Draco, as long as you bring the numbers and you bring the facts to support your opinion.
Even if you don't bring that, if you have your own opinion, and speak up versus just being a shill. I just can't deal with people that what did Miami Flow say today? I'm going to repeat it. What did what's those guys in Twitter, right? Twitter Spaces, whatever Twitter Spaces, right? It's like, come on, man. I know where you're getting these talking points from, and it's boring. Like be original.
It's like they wake up and they listen to the first thing they hear and this run with it, you know?
Oh, yeah.
That's their point for the day. But yeah, it's crazy, dude. I really feel bad for them people, but screw it. I don't care. You know, I really don't.
Let's continue this conversation next week.
Well, again, I mean, that's really all I had to get off my chest. But
after haters,
most definitely. But I appreciate you sticking around, dude. But we'll try and do this probably next Wednesday. We'll see what happens. But all right, dude. We're gonna catch you next time, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, dude. Bye.
Bye.